Good morning, good morning. It's the Last Minute Laura Show. Good morning, good morning. Hello, hi everybody, welcome back to another episode of the Last Minute Laura morning and afternoon, honestly, show. Hi, good morning. I took a shower early this morning, so I'm feeling pretty good, pretty awake. As soon as I said it, I yawned, but I'm feeling good. I'm feeling awake. I'm feeling like the day is started. Ugh. I tidied up my desk. You might be able to tell there's nothing on my desk. Also, you can't see really, but there are packing boxes now on this side of the room. There are 3 boxes fully packed. We have Laura's dried herbs, tea and preserves as one box. And then as another box, we have handmade sweaters. And then as a third box, we have Laura's fabric. So we're getting somewhere. It's starting. The move has begun. Sorry, I have yarn tangled around my legs. I'm trying to have my legs comfortably crossed, but for some reason, I have wrapped yarn all around me. Good morning, friends. So, if you're new here, hi, I'm Laura. This is the Last Minute Laura Morning Show. We get together Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Lately, we've been doing 4 hours, which I think is a lot of fun. And we hang out, and we chat, and we make stuff sometimes. Sometimes it's just chatting, sometimes it's just me drinking my tea and hanging out with you guys, but sometimes, like right now, I'm working on a project, and it's nice to just sit and chat while we work on projects. So I'm working on getting rid of all of my scrap yarn. I have a lot of acrylic scrap yarn, excuse me, and I'm trying to go through it before we move so that we have less to bring with us in terms of loose items. Good afternoon, Frida. Nice to see you this afternoon. Good morning, Rue. Nice to see you. Galactic, good morning. Sid, good morning. I will be quiet as I'm chopping peppers for the dehydrator while I wait for our fog to burn off. Yeah, it's been raining here, so we have some wet grass today. Thank goodness Alex cut the grass yesterday while I was out because now it's going to be rainy for several days, so the grass would have gotten completely out of control with no haircut beforehand. Dawn is here too. Hello, Dawn. Hey there, it girl. Nice to see you. And who else am I missing? Lebo's here. Good morning. Nice to see you. 7:30 a.m. here. It's 9:30 a.m. where I'm at. I'm in Southern Ontario in Canada. And even though it's October 15th, which is technically it's our estimated first frost day, we don't have frost in the forecast like at all it looks like, on my phone it looks like for the next 10 days anyway, but obviously that could change. It was supposed to rain yesterday here. Well, it rained a lot of the night last night and all morning this morning. And good morning, Rebecca. Nice to see you this morning. Rue, he has what I've had for the last 14 days, but not as bad. Oh my gosh, poor guy. Sorry, Ola. That sucks that you both got it. And now you're both sick. Are you feeling better now, Frida? Are you the one taking care of Ola now? Or are you both just... Too bad you don't live anywhere near the city, because then you can't just Uber Eats in food and just take care of each other that way. Just no worries about making food. Alex and I have been eating out a lot because we're moving, and therefore it's like your brain switches off of living at home for some reason. Meow! I hear that, Peekaboo. What's going on? What is it? She's so cute. Her meows are so sad. She's like, she likes turkey, we found out from giving her turkey, obviously. But Thunder gets very jealous when Peekaboo's interested in food. Jeez Louise. Yeah, but we've got tons of rain, so that's why there's no flowers in the background, because I couldn't pick flowers this morning because there was, sorry, that's in my face, there was a ton of rain overnight. Oh, by the way, for those of you who are popping in but haven't hit the like button yet, oh, don't forget to click the like button if you don't mind. I would appreciate it. I'm so sorry, I hope he feels better. What is it? Oh, no update, just what he's got, what you've got. Well, yesterday I spent the evening with my sister. I picked her up from work and then we hung out at her place. And I honestly don't even know. Oh, I know what we did. We did an arts and crafts project. Yes, I'm better, still coughing and so tired. We're helping each other, but I think I'm officially slightly better now. I'm glad you're at least on the mend. You're headed in the right direction, Frida. I'm at the cable store trying to lower our internet cable bill with my dad. Ew. That sounds like not a good time. But hi, Mary Grace, glad you're here. Good morning. Frida, I spent a little time in the smithy today. Oh, you got up and about. That's good. That's really good. What'd you do? Anything interesting? Thank you, dear.
You're welcome.
Appreciate. Love you.
Love you.
Would you also mind getting me a piece of Kleenex? Like a toilet paper piece? My nose is, like, for some reason, my nose and eyes are both watering. Probably my yawning. What is a smithy? Like a blacksmith, except a silversmith, where the smith works. Lita, good morning. Nice to see you this morning. What happened to Galactic? My team also almost placed in the top 3. Oh, that's awesome. Good job. Almost in the top 3. Thank you, honey.
You're welcome.
I don't know why my nose just started, like, dripping.
Want me to take it away?
My nose?
No.
My piece of paper towel?
Yeah.
No, because what if it happens again?
Okay.
It's because I'm wearing makeup, I bet. Haven't worn makeup in a while. Like, really, I put face on today. Can you tell a difference? Does my skin look more glowy? Oh, I gotta get my flu shot. Laura, I love your hair. Thank you. It's called Clean. And then I did that whole thing where you, like, put gel in it when it's still very wet and scrunch it, and then you don't touch it for a long time. And then this is the result. Still a mullet. Maybe you can't tell as much when it's curly, but it really still is a mullet. I'm working on a pretty big, epic ring, and I could do some finishing on it. I'll put a pic in Discord. Oh, cool. Awesome. Thank you. Let me know. And Kat's, good morning. I didn't see the finished wreath. Is it on your wall? Yes, that's the finished wreath. It's kind of tilted away from you, but my legs are crossed and I'm crocheting right now, so I'll show it to you a little bit later. Along with more prints, I started making more stamps. I am totally obsessed, and I've been printing it on fabric and thinking about printing it on paper because it's like it's very pretty. My stamps are very cool. I don't know what you want from me, dude. I only have tea. No, I see that you're there. I'm actively not picking you up because I'm doing something. Poor baby. Unfortunately, gotta go now to catch my bus. Bye, Galactic. Nice to see you later. Nice to see us. See you later. 2 sentences. Did I miss anything? I feel like the text is too small for me today. It's the same size I normally have it, but let's just up the size so that I can see what's going on. I think that's a good idea. Good morning, V. Nice to see you this morning. How's your garden looking? In case you guys were wondering, my garden is still amazing. I don't know why, but it decided to not believe that winter is coming, so there's just tons of flowers everywhere in the garden. Lots of new zinnias. I mean, the bottom of the plant, I swear you abuse that poor pup. I know, right? He acts like he's never eaten. Whenever people come over, I always like voice over for Thunder so they understand what's going on. And he's like, I'm starving. She never feeds me. Although I watched a video last night with my sister. We were watching our old vlogs, which was fun. And when we were watching the old vlogs, Thunder was in the vlogs and CJ was in them, and Thunder was a lot skinnier. Like, he used to be like a svelte little dude, and now he's a stocky, thick boy. I'm fine with it. I'm just saying that he's definitely got a cushy life. When we got him, he was like in a rougher state. Oh, God, I love the little dude. Hey, that's not yours. No. Go lie down. Go lie down. Thunder. Go. Go. Go on. Go. That's the cat food. You already had yours. That's why he gets fat. Just got a Polaroid camera. It's so cool. That's awesome, AJ, and good morning. V, it's most with just tomatoes now, and all my flowers except for zinnias are dying now. My flowers are doing just fine, but my tomatoes, they just died. Like, very quickly. They went from being beautiful to being very dead. Oh, beautiful. Look at the sparklies of your stone, Frida. So pretty. Oh, that's nice. It's a bummer, but not unforeseen. Oh no, what happened? The feeling given convo. Oh no, I'm sorry. I mean, like, I'm sorry that you have to go through that. Obviously, if it's the right thing, it's the right thing, but I'm sorry that you have to go through a breakup. That's not fun and not easy. Do you still work together? Sorry, Peekaboo is losing her mind over a piece of fabric on the floor, which is very distracting. I feel like I want to put it in the visual, like where you guys can see it, so that when she goes nuts over it, you'll see what happens. Was the 60 pack a lot? Of what? Dawn. Cool, I have an H in one. Yep, I don't know what I'm talking about. I need a perfect ace boy, but all I find are perfect Z boys. Lol. I love the hair today. Very curly, cute. Thank you, Maya. Sorry, the 60 pack of the Polaroids. I was like, I got a 12 pack, but I'm talking about these pink stamp things. One day shipping, people. Hi. Excuse me, please, miss. I know it's very, very stressful having some person take your toys and throw them. Here. Okay, is this is visible? Over here is also visible. She'll like it over there too. She'll come get it when she's good and ready. I haven't used mine in forever. Polaroid film and camera. Right. My dad had a Polaroid in the garage when I was a kid, and I found it, and then it still had film in it, and I took all the rest of the pictures and never thought of it again. And then my sister has one of those, the Instax. I think it's a Polaroid. I don't know what it actually, I don't think it's called a Polaroid. I feel like you can see so far this way that I want to move a few things around. If you don't mind, just hold on a sec. I feel like I want this to be the end of the view. This needs to stay curved this way. That'd be great. And we can move. I repotted a bunch of plants yesterday, including this one. Look at how amazing this is. Can you tell how amazing it is? It's all of my rickrack cactuses. I planted them all together. So now I had 3 plants of cuttings. Now it's all one big plant. My rickrack cactus, isn't it beautiful? BRB need tea. Same. Peekaboo is just out of frame, and I seriously want you to be able to see how fat she is. Oh, of course. Let me see if I can get her. Nope, still just boxes. One sec. There she is. Do you see how cute she is? Look at how cute and fat she is. She's just sitting there, waiting. Sorry. Actually, I guess we can go a little farther back. You can see more stuff that's going on, like the moving boxes. But I need tea also. Sorry, Thunder, there's nothing I can do for you here. By the way, while I do my thing here, drink my tea and take a second, I'll show you some more of my fabric. I made some more printed fabric with my stamps. Look, so cute. And showed you that one last time. I did more. Oh, I made a witch's hat. That was the cool thing. Look, I made a witch's hat. Alex didn't see that it was a witch's hat, but that's what it's supposed to be. Isn't it cute? I did a witch's hat stamped on fabric. Because arts and crafts reasons. That's blank fabric ready for doing. And then here's another little piece with some really pretty stamped fabric. Stamped leaves, I mean, on the fabric. Obviously, it's stamped fabric. And then one more where I just did a whole bunch of chickens because I think this one is very cute. This chicken one is very cute, and I think that I'm gonna make something fully stamped in this chicken one because I really like it. It makes me smile when I see a little chicken stamp. Look how cute that is. There. Oh, I'll just spread out all my stamped things so that you have to look at them while we hang out. Again, sorry there's no peekaboo in your shot. Maybe if I do that, you can see her. I was collecting seeds. There, she's there. She's right at the corner of the frame. Just chickens, because chickens. Of course, Maya, exactly. Because arts and crafts reasons is the best reasons. I would have to agree with that as well. Good morning, Melanie, nice to see you. You think it's a witch's hat? Good, thank you. I needed the reassurance. So much fall vibes with that one, right? I think so too. Good luck. Maya, wearable crochet is so fun to make, that's for sure. All right, what are you making? I didn't see because my font is so big now. I'm gonna start a crochet sweater while watching. It'll be my first wearable crochet piece. Yes, definitely good luck on that then, because that'll be very rewarding for surezies. I'd really appreciate, Thunder, if you stop. Good morning, nice to see you this morning. How do I pronounce your name? Sushi? Such it? I'm not picking you up, my dude. I like the way my legs are crossed right now. Maybe in a little while. No. Jeez, fine. Oh my god, come here. Oh my god. Jeez, that was a lot of faith that you had that I was gonna catch you, my dude. Holy moly, with a strong ch, lol. Suchit. Suchit, kinda. Suchit. Suchit. Got it. Oh no. Is it, I feel like Thunder demands his place, actually, Maya. I finished my hat. It turned out great, very nice and comfy to wear, so now I have to make one for Dad, too. He just noodled on up. Yeah, he did. Big whiny baby. Slept up against me all night long. No, never having to move at all. He's the prince. Do you want to wear a little princey bow? I feel like you deserve to have a nice little bow on your chunky neck. You're so fat. Yeah, you are. Lucky that's the way I like it. There. Now we'll put the bow towards the front so everyone can see how cute you are. There. Oh, you're so handsome. You're so handsome. No wonder he thinks he can always jump on me. Literally, whenever he comes up, I'm like, oh, nice to see you. I don't want your affection, though, right now. This is tea. You don't drink tea. Good morning, oh, nice to see you this morning. How are you feeling today, Frida? Sorry you're tired of us asking, right? I don't get to sleep. Ola snores a little more than normal now, and with the cold he snores a normal night, and now with the cold he snores like a tractor. Hey, anybody know when corn gets harvested in Ontario? I googled it and it said anywhere in October or November, but our cornfield is still like full of corn. Nobody has come to harvest it yet, which I thought was weird. Oh yes, you might be able to. There she is. Did you see the cat walk by? Yes, cute puppy, very cute puppy. Not a puppy, 10 years old, but small dog, very cute small dog. Yes, you're very cute. Thunder, are you a good boy? Are you such a good boy? Yes. Better yet again, coughing and tired but optimistic. Officially 14 days now. Too many days. Well, I've started packing, as you can see by the 3 moving boxes behind me. And also, I've stopped feeling sorry for myself. So sorry that the last stream was a lot of me feeling sorry for myself and talking in circles about my future plans. But how am I supposed to plan my future without running it by all of the people on the internet, you know? That's just what I do. But I'm feeling optimistic again, and I'm feeling like packing a couple of boxes really helped. And we bought boxes from Staples. It was cheaper than U-Haul or Uline, or where else did I look? Rona I looked, and Home Depot. They have boxes, but not the kind that we needed. But boxes were pretty reasonable at Staples, so I got a whole bunch. I got 65 boxes of 3 different sizes, and basically they have this thing on Staples and U-Haul and the other box selling websites where it'll be like 2 to 3 bedroom house, 1 to 2 bedroom apartment, that sort of stuff, like how many boxes you'll need. Well, Maya, that's fair. And if we were just moving from one location to another location, we would use honestly a bunch of totes and laundry bins and boxes that we found for free for recycling and stuff. But since we're moving and we're moving into an in-between place, like it felt reasonable to buy the boxes because then I can label them and seal them up and they're all the same size. So yes, I know that we could have definitely found boxes for cheaper because we could have gotten them for free, but they would have been all different sizes. Like if you go to the liquor store, you can get those like wine bottle boxes. They always have them for free and available, but they're not strong. Well, they are strong, the wine bottle boxes, but in general, the boxes that I'll be able to find aren't going to all be the same size. They're not going to all be strong. And I'm going to recycle these after I'm probably actually going to just offer them to someone for free because recycling feels like a waste after only one use of them. But some of these are going to be in storage for like a bit. So they're just better because we can stack them and they're all the same size. And it looks like we won't need a storage space. I actually spoke to my family and I think that we're going to have enough room for all of our stuff. For all of our stuff that we're going to take, you know what I mean? But labeling the boxes was fun. Made me feel like, when we move, this will be so easy to access. Of course, the boxes I've packed are things that I'm going to access right away, like my handmade sweaters and my fabric and Laura's dried herbs, tea, and preserves. All of my jars of things are in one box now. That is the official name of those sites now. Check for the people getting rid of things sites for used boxes or barely used. Yes, the people getting rid of things sites. They're all different in different countries, right? Ours is called Kijiji. And apparently, geez, that's scary. Bad reaction. Because his friend that's crazy. So he was scared but took it anyway. Jeez Louise. Well, I still say, I mean, that's terrifying, and I'm sorry that he had a reaction. Obviously, that's terrifying. But if you are able to, it is very rare to have any reaction. So you should still do it because the greater good. Obviously, if you're like allergic to something and you know you shouldn't, then whatever, that's different. But like, that sucks. It sucks, but it's also like I don't want to make it deter people from wanting to do that, because I think that they should still do that if they can. Yes, the blanket is very distracting, and it's heavy on your body. Oh, what'll you do? Good luck on your exam. Who's having an exam? Just popped in to say good morning. Oh, there we go. Got to study for my admission exam. A uni admission exam. Good luck. Jeez Louise, that's scary too. Scared, but took it anyway, and then oh, sorry, I'm reading two different things. Have a nice morning, everyone, and you too as well. I gave 50 boxes from U-Haul to a couple of girls moving in together. I listed them for money but couldn't bear to charge them. They only moved 5 miles away. Oh geez, that's also annoying. Only moving like close but still having to move all your stuff. He thought he should take it too, but he was scared. Such bad luck. Totally bad luck, and also probably will incentivize him against it in the future, which is what makes me nervous. I mean, or might convince him that it's not a good idea, you know what I mean, for other people. Yeah, we'll probably give the boxes away to someone when we're done who's moving, because they're nice boxes. They're like nice new square pretty cardboard boxes, but since a lot of our stuff is getting stored, a lot of it's going to be just sitting in those boxes for a little while, which is fine. But also it'll be nice to have them accessible, like if we don't need a storage spot. But we're going to start moving stuff next week, I think. I have like some shelves that are ready to go, and I want to bring my plants over, like in trips, because most of them can handle, like this aloe isn't going to get watered like probably until February. Like I won't touch it now. It's done being watered. It doesn't go dormant, but it'll stop growing and just sort of sit there for months. So that can get moved because it doesn't need anything. Like last winter, it wasn't even in a bright room. It was in a room that had a window, but it was at the corner of the room. It was not cared for over the winter. So I know that can be moved already. And I know that we can move all of my preserves and all of our handmade sweaters and all of my fabric. Like there's certain things that I know I'm good to move already. So we're going to start moving, I think, next week in a couple of batches. Like we'll do a couple of carloads next week just to get some things out of the house. We also got rid of a whole bunch of furniture, but we have to borrow my parents' truck sometime next week because we don't have a truck. We have just like a little car. And we need to move some larger pieces of furniture because it's either that or they're garbage. So we have to bring them to the thrift store, or the garbage truck will take them away. But I don't want to throw them out because like they're still useful furniture and somebody will still think they're awesome because I think they're awesome. But they're like, we put a whole bunch of our tables on our driveway and said, like, with a sign that said free, so people could just take the tables and chairs and stuff. And a bunch of the stuff got taken, which is great because less stuff for us to bring to the thrift store, but we have to borrow my parents' truck in order to go to the thrift store, and probably we'll have to do 2 big trips because we have things like we have a spare bed that we're not going to pack up because it was our old mattress and a secondhand bed frame, so we're not going to take that with us. And we have 2 love seats, like 2-seater couches, and 2 chair couches, like the 1-seater couch. So we have to get all that stuff taken to where it needs to go. Ooh, ow. Eye problems are scary. So our tension swatch is really necessary if you have the correct hook and yarn type. I'm going to be honest, tension swatches are not something that I ever really do, but the people who do them say it's really worth it to do them. So, I mean, like, you definitely don't have to do that, a tension swatch, but if you do it, you might end up with a more perfect product in the end. But if it's like your first garment, you're probably going to make mistakes anyways, so I would probably just be like, don't even worry about it. You know what I mean? There we go. Thank you, Ruth. So I never make swatches. Same. If you're very particular about your clothing being the exact size of the pattern. Yeah, right. Like if you're making something super fitted that's knitted that needs to like not have any mistakes, then maybe. But for me, it's not like, I do things like this, so there is no reason for a swatch. My buttons are stitch markers. That way they're not permanent, and I can decide if I want it to be an open cardigan or not. Yeah, Maya, that's my vibe. It's like, it's just a sweater, so I'm gonna skip that. That's how I feel about it. I'm like, it's gonna be fine. If I don't, it'll probably be fine. But also, I don't follow patterns well. I've started many a pattern and then just been like, I understand what the thing is supposed to look like, so I'm gonna just do my best to make it look like that. I'd rather, you know what's better for me than patterns is flat lays of the pattern pieces, or like a technical drawing of the actual garment, like with a what's it called, a croquis, like just like a drawing of the garment. I would do better than that with the actual pattern, because if I can see shapes, I could make up rows, but following rows and stitch numbers is very not my speed. Slouchy things don't really need a swatch, that's for sure. That's the way that I usually make things, is slouchy. Slouchy and cozy. Okay, we need to pick another. My skin, I want to touch it, but I put makeup on today, and I know that if I touch it, I'm going to remove makeup. So my life is really hard. I don't know if you knew. Okay, maybe this one next. What do you think? Doesn't need to make sense. It's a yarn project, you know what I mean? Let's do this one next. I usually start something and then that becomes the swatch. Yep. The struggles. The struggle is real. Probably not worth it for a non-fitted sweater. That would be my vibe also. Probably not worth it. Not worth it, just not, it won't be fun, and then you'll be like, I just want to be working on my sweater. And then what if you lose motivation to work on the sweater, which is what I always, that's my risk, is if I do a swatch, I might be like, this isn't actually that fun, and then stop. Whereas if I just jump right into the sweater, no risk of that happening. Do I have 2 thin yarns? I think I need to use 2 thin yarns for this. But that is also why I knit that purple hat like 3 times before I was happy. Okay, Frida. Advocating for swatches there. Every time I actually check gauge, then the item comes out derpy. No idea why. Very weird. Derpy. Thunder's derpy. I love that word. Such a little derp. Alright, so we have to do 2 strands of yarn. Because this yarn is thin and this yarn is thin. And this yarn is medium. For those of you who weren't here on my last couple of streams, I am making a granny square blanket with my scraps from many projects. So it's not going to be a beautiful granny square blanket, but it is going to be a functional granny square blanket. And you know what? Since it's made of acrylic, there's a possibility that it could exist in this form for like hundreds of years, because acrylic is plastic. And since the possibility that it exists for hundreds of years is there's a possibility that an anthropologist will dig it up in 500 years and be like, the colors that people really liked to combine together were highlighter yellow and a miscellaneous grouping of other shades, and they would think that this is like trendy. So basically, I'm making it look like this is trendy for humanity in 500 years. You're welcome. Anthropologists are going to think this is what we liked. My gift to you. My gift to humanity. Oh, good morning, Scrappy. Nice to see you. Rebecca, I think I just finished my raglan yoke. Oh, awesome. Good job. I saw your pic and was like, hey, I picked a similar color with the reflective stuff from my mama. Fun. I do like that color, as you can see. I'm kind of wearing that shade. Here's the ball of yarn that's not from the same thing, but kind of reminds me of the same energy. So, how's everyone doing? I'm doing great, thanks. Packing boxes, eating lots of food, you know, the usual. My sisters and I were discussing what we're doing for Christmas this year because it's still it's gonna be another weird year. This belongs in a museum. Exactly. Oh, they'll have it in a museum and they'll be like, this is what people liked. Because it's made of acrylic, which means that it could still be here. And you know my vibe. I want to be perceived as a witch doctor from our period. With all of my animal bones buried with me like a psychopath, and they'll be like, she was definitely important in her community. That would be a very funny thing for me. Goals. Hey there, Lori. Good morning. I'm crocheting, but I did miss a stitch and had to pull back. I was like, WTF, I think I was tired that day. Ew, how far did you have to pull back? Scrappy Norwegian Viking yarn. What? Reflective yarn is great. I'm following a pattern from Pearl Soho. Very nice. Dawn, just think of all the 70s clothes that won't decompose. Our legacy of fashion. Yeah, right? What will be left behind when humans either destroy the earth or the earth spits us out? Plastic. Plastic and some of our metal work. Because metal work is like mixing metals, right? Like iron is, or steel is iron and heat, like you need to do something. It's not just the way the world makes it. I picture my plaid pants when you say 70s clothes. Oh, like the brown and yellow and tan plaid. That's what I imagine when you say 70s plaid. Maybe like a green in there, like a dark green. Well, my sister just gave me a tote of all crochet and knit tools and acrylic yarn from my mom. That's so cool. That's a good vibe. Ooh, that would be a good thing to hand off. Like if I'm an old lady and I have a will, I would like to hand off my yarn and tools to like one of my grandkids or great grandkids who like loves crafty things. That would be such a fun thing to receive. I mean, like obviously you don't want to like have to inherit, but at the same time, it's a good way to remember someone is the craft that you love that they also love. And it was on my birthday. Oh, that's a good present. Good birthday present. So if we're doing for Christmas this year, handmade or food items, which is like what my sisters and I are discussing, like are we gonna do handmade items, food items, thrifted items? Are we gonna try and do like a more local Christmas, something like that? That's the thought right now because everything in the world is on fire and the supply chain issues that are allegedly on their way here. I haven't seen them yet because like I don't buy a lot of things, so I don't go to the stores to notice that sort of stuff often enough. But apparently certain things won't be available around Christmas time anyway. So my sisters and I were talking about like what are we gonna do as our plan. I like the idea of handmade and food items because my older sister does these really nice things that I like, which is like cookie in a jar. So all I have to do is add eggs and butter or milk or whatever the thing you have to add. I just have to add a few things and she measures everything out for me, and I like that because I'm not a good baker, or I don't care to measure ingredients and make a mess and have to clean it up, so I don't like baking. I'm braiding my hair. I took down the pink and I'm putting in green. Very good for spooky season. Have some green. And then, oh, you know what you should do then? You should be Medusa for Halloween. Just put little snake heads on the end of the green and be like, no problem. Crochet little snake heads to add to the end of the yarn braids. I feel like that would be a good costume because Medusa's a cool costume. You just wear a pretty dress and then have snakes at the end of your hair, which would kind of be a vibe, like anyway, like just to have. I love that Grandma's collected buttons. Totally. I have Grandma's collected buttons also. I like the pink, but the green sounds good too. I think green will be cool. I have both my grandmother's craft stuff. So many buttons. Mary, good morning, Mary. Hi from Washington State. Love your baby scratch mittens. I always make them for newborns. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Think of all the people buried in 100% polyester plastic clothes, right? That's all that's left. Okay, my 70s fashion, let's see. Look at the little pants. As if you're gonna be able to rest your head there. I just put my arm there for a second. This dog, you guys. Oh yeah. I will be tipping people who deliver RX and food to my house and post office workers. Everyone else is like me. Please don't get me anything. I'm decluttering big time. An awesome costume idea. And you should leave it in after Halloween because I think it would look cool. I'm going to post them when I'm done. Awesome. I'm getting wonton soup is what I'm getting. For Christmas or just right now because you want wonton soup? I think that I'm going to get cookies in a jar because that's what my older sister makes for me, and banana bread in a jar. It's chocolate chip cookies in a jar, banana bread in a jar, and ginger snap cookies. Love them. And I don't like to make things or have ingredients, so instead I'll just not. And then she can do that. And I'll make them all nice tea and jam, because those are the things that I can make. Tea and jam. And preserved things that I've already made. I'm going to be honest, people are probably going to be getting some preserved food, because I've already preserved it. Right now, I've been up since 3 a.m. Okay, very good. That's reasonable. Sorry that you've been up since 3 a.m., but also, yay, wonton soup. I took a picture with my ex this morning. Are you in good vibes? Are you just friends now? Because then that's good. I want to spend time with my family. That's all I want. Dawn, that would be really nice, wouldn't it? I don't know. I think this winter, I don't know if we're going to be able to do the whole family thing. Or not if we're going to be able to. I don't know if we will. I mean, maybe we will, but I kind of still feel like this winter's going to be weird and the family stuff is still going to be small. At least in my home. That's what I feel like. I mean, who's to say? Me too, 3:30 with a bad dream. Ugh, that's annoying. Sorry that you had a bad dream. I had a bad dream too. A chaotic bad dream where you're like, okay, that wasn't helpful and now I'm just feeling overwhelmed, you know? He said as I took the photo, he missed me and loved me still. Oh, that's nice. I mean, I guess if that's good for you, then it's nice. If it's not good for you, then it's awkward. Still weird times, you think? Probably, right? I think it's still going to be weird times at Christmas time. I have to get my flu shot. That's on my list of things. Probably before I move, even. I could say to myself was walk away from the handsome grizzly bear. Just my mom, sister, brother-in-law, and nieces. I think for ours it'll just be my mom and dad and sister and brother-in-law and Alex and me, and maybe if my older sister comes down, then my older sister and her husband. I feel like maybe my brother and his wife will come, but I don't know. It's kind of one of those, it's a weird time, and I don't think we'll be doing extended family. I mean, I know now extended family means like sister-in-law, brother, like those people are now. Not just me and Alex. I know that's 1, 2, 3, but I don't think it'll be like uncles and aunts and cousins. I don't think we'll be doing that this year. I mean, I don't know. I'm not doing family gatherings yet. I don't think it'll be a large thing. If anything, I think that'll be 2, so 10. I think 10 would be the largest we would go, but realistically probably 6 or 8. I would say 6 for sure, possibly 8. Very unlikely, but possibly 10. That would be my guess for what Christmas looks like this year. Not outdoors. I don't know. I guess it depends on everybody being vaccinated, and maybe we'll all wear masks anyway. I don't know. I don't know how we'll make it work. He is handsome, but you had good reasons to break up. I mean, if you had good reasons and it makes sense to not be together, then that's that, but love is hard. My family has shrunk to hubby, me, our 3 kids, and 4 grandkids. Deanne, I feel like a lot of people experienced their family shrink in the last couple of years, right? Or year, 2 years. It's been like 2 years now. It's 2022 in a few months. It's bizarre. Who'da thunk? I saw a meme on Instagram that was like the last year that kids had a normal school year, and it was like kids in grade 4, and it was like kindergarten, kids in grade 7, grade 3. Like, a lot of kids have had like a big chunk of their schooling time very very different than how I had it, and I'm wondering how that's affecting them. Their poor little kid brains not being able to exert all of their screaming energy. Like, I think about how ADD I was as a kid. I feel like my parents would have just imploded having me at home for school. If I couldn't have gone to school to, like, just, you know. I feel like it would have been a lot for my parents. Also, having 4 of us, but I feel like I would have been a lot. Like, I would have been a very big handful to have at home at, like, 10. I mean, my mom was a teacher, so best case scenario, I had a teacher at home, but I mean, worst case scenario, my siblings would have killed me and my parents would have been, like, over it. The ADD kids are precious, but a lot at work. Yeah, and I imagine that I was a lot. Well, I know I was a lot because there at every parent-teacher conference, there was always mention of how a lot I was. I can't even imagine my parents having to somehow deal with me trying to be at school on the computer. I can't, or at home at school on the computer. It just wouldn't have happened. It just I would have probably failed. My youngest was in kindergarten and he's in 2nd grade this year. That's crazy. So, like, his whole first schooling, you know what I mean? Like, now he's in 2nd grade, but he's in kindergarten level of social interaction. Do you know what I mean? Like, he didn't get to do kindergarten in grade 1 with little kids. He had to do that weirdly, or if he did get to do it with little kids, then great. But I mean, like, it wasn't the way that it was normally, so it's like now you're going, okay, go to school and have everything be the way that it normally was, but they don't have that memory of what's normal, you know? You could give me a book as a child and I'd be content. You could give me a book and there's a chance that I would be content and sit and read it, or there's a chance that I would tear out all of the pieces of paper and put them in the family blender mixed with glue and water and make my own paper, because the book in the first few pages mentioned how the main character made paper. Like, I was like, it was one way or the other. Something crazy was going to happen or nothing at all was going to happen, and that was lucky. I remember how totally happy I was when I learned of libraries. Like Matilda, Yes, more than likely, Laura, because our kids that are like that have a lot of one-on-one with the teacher that is brought in to help. Oh, I didn't have any one-on-one. That would have been nice. Actually, I guess I got sent out once I had to do like a project with another teacher, and now looking back on it, probably that was just get Laura out of the classroom because she is so much. But I remember there was a teacher who took a few of us out of class, and we had to do like a science project on, yeah, you know what, it was definitely for that because it was on whatever we were interested in. And I did mine on the red-eyed tree frog. I did too. Yeah, totally. I had a one-on-one help for twice. It was at two times I was taken out of class in 1 year, and it was like two chunks of time, not like 2 specific days. 2 chunks of time I was taken out of class to be working on a science project. That's just what I was. I guess I thought I was doing a science project, but I guess I was just being allowed to do an ADD thing because nobody else was doing it except for the other like 3 people in the group. It should be interesting on Monday. Apparently there's a student walkout. Really? Some of our students were just fine in the plague, but the ones that are more severe are just a tad behind. Yeah. I feel like my mom would have been keeping me on track as a little kid, but also like not easily. Parents that are the anti-mandates will be keeping their kids home. Well, I mean, good, because then the kids that don't want to wear a mask at school won't be at school. I mean, wear a mask, people. At our doctor's office now, you have to switch your mask when you come in. Even if you're wearing a mask, they make you take off your mask and put on a new mask and then hand sanitize, and all of your stuff. Hand sanitizer is foot activated, like you step on something with your shoe, like everything is in our doctor's office, or at our therapy office, I guess, not our family doctor. Our family doctor still doesn't do in-person appointments anymore. But at the therapist, it's like, you have to change your mask, it has to be one of their masks. It's just like, just deal with it, people. And people who are like, it's my rights. I'm like, just shut up, just be safe. It's not about, like, don't make it what it's not. It's not what you're trying to make it sound like it is. It's just everyone needs to be safe. And a lot of people, I think, the ones that are like anti-mandate are like thinking that it's going to lead to something else, but the slippery slope, what is it called? Trope. It's just a trope, right? It's not literally, things don't happen slippery slope because there are so many things in place on the way down. It's about the vax that will be keeping them home. It's just so difficult. I'm a very pro-choice person, so I do see their side. There should be choices, but I keep my mouth shut. I feel like, you know what it is? It's like, yes, I'm pro-choice and I want people to choose, but I want them, like, why are people not choosing fallacy? Thank you, not trope, fallacy. Thanks, Sid. Why are they not choosing to do the thing? Like, I don't want people to have to be like, I don't even want to get into that conversation, honestly, because then we're going to get demonetized so early. But I don't know. It's not my vibe. I think that it made sense to go get vaccinated when there was a vaccine available. My body, my choice ends at other people's safety, Laura. Yeah, well, exactly. It's your body, your choice, but then fine, you have to stay home 100% of the time. You're free to not do this thing, but then you can't participate in the public, because to participate in the public, like when people are mad that to go to the restaurant you need to have proof of your vaccination, and I'm like, I don't want to go to a restaurant where people are openly eating without masks if I don't know that they're safe. So to me, as someone who is vaccinated and wants to get back to normal, it just makes sense to me. Like, I don't understand why, You didn't earn the right to go to this restaurant and have a good time out. You don't have a right to this. It's a private business, and the person who runs this private business has to follow what the government bodies have said. I don't know. I just, in my humble and uneducated in vaccines opinion, I don't feel like any of my freedoms are being taken in a way that is threatening or worrying. I feel like we're trying to keep the whole community safe. It's not just about any one person at this time. It's not that, like, they're not trying to make people give up their freedoms and choices. It's that they're trying to keep everyone safe. So everybody needs to sacrifice a little for the greater good of everyone. It's like taxes. You pay your taxes. You get vaccinated for the plague. That just, it seems like it's on the same level to me. You pay your taxes, and then your roads, potholes get fixed. You get your vaccines for the plague, and then your community doesn't die. That just, I don't know. It just seems like it's on the same level, whereas people are putting it on a level of, like, they're putting it on a way different level in the way I feel about it. It's like, ugh. People will try to compare it to awful, awful things that humans have done to each other, and it's like, it's not that. It's literally all the doctors in the world worked on one thing for a year and then found a solution, and now they're trying to make you want to take this solution to a problem that we all are facing. Like, and then people are like, oh, well, we should just let it carry out as is. Yeah, but if we just let it carry out, like, that's a different problem, and it's a worse problem. It's just a worse problem. No shirt, no shoes, no service. No, yeah, you have the right to not wear a shirt, but the business does not have to let you in without one on. What about people who can't get? They shouldn't get to go inside. It's so hard to know what's right. I agree. Well, no, people who can't get are 1 in a million. That's 1 in 5 million. It's not a huge number of people who can't get vaxxed. Yes, there are people who can't. It's true. But that number is negligible. It's like the people who, for the abortion rules, are saying, like, late-term abortions should be illegal. And it's like, well, no, because you don't know anyone else's situation. You don't know what's going on in that situation. Maybe that mother and child are both sick and the child would not be viable. Maybe the baby is wanted and not viable. So late-term abortions are needed for other reasons. It's the same, like, in my head, it's just, I don't understand. It's like, if you can't get it, that's like such a small number of people, but people use it as this, like, huge argument. Like, we can't have mandates because of the people who can't get it. But it's like, that's such a small number of people. It's not really, it's like I don't know. That's how I feel about it. I just don't think that people, I think it's hard for people to see outside of their bubble, and I understand that because it's hard for me sometimes to see outside of my bubble. What did Sid say? They're basically defending their right to harm others, which is just not legit. Yeah. People can't get why all others need to get it. Yes. So we wouldn't have to have these issues if everyone who could get it got it. You know what I'm saying? Deanne, I can't get it and I've had it, so I should have immunity, but I'm punished as if I'm an inconsiderate a-hole. Well, you can't get it, so you're... Okay. So you're not able to do certain things because of that, but if you can't get it because of a medical reason, your immunity isn't going to protect you long term. Like, immunity, they don't know how long that's going to give you whatever safeties you need. So in all reality, if you can't get it for health and safety reasons, you can still get sick again. No? Here you have to prove vaccination or prove exemption. Okay. So is that a reasonable thing? I am technically one that doesn't have to get it because I've had, oh geez, an anaphylactic reaction. That's scary. I've got it and they've kept me longer after to make sure it was okay. Same with Alex. he was on a medicine that is just, it's hard on your liver and kidneys, and he has had allergic reactions in the past, so when he got it, he had to stay for an extra half hour just to be safe. His doctor was like, it's not a perfect thing, but you should get it, because best case scenario, nothing happens. And best case scenario happened, nothing happened. What country, Melanie, if you want to share? Melanie, Canada, for just proving you have a valid reason. Oh, Canada, our home on native land. Texas is insane. No offense to the normal people that live there, but good Lord, what the hell is wrong with the others that live there? Yeah, I don't understand it. Texas is going through some weird times. But honestly, if you think about it, like, Canada and the States are only like several hundred years old. Like, other countries have been around for many, many, many hundreds of years. So it's like all the laws that the States and Canada are dealing with are not old. Like, they're not old, ingrained. I don't know. I feel like the places that have been around for a long, long, long time, it's like easier for laws to move to. I don't know how to explain what I'm thinking. Like, how old is Sweden? I'm very worried for friends I have in Texas. Yeah, honestly, I have a friend moving from Texas to Florida, trading one crazy for another. That definitely is what that is, trading one crazy for another, totally. I will share an article I saw yesterday, and wow, I've never felt so much rage in my life. It's definitely rage-inducing. These times are rage-inducing. Anytime I read any news, I'm like, what? Why does Twitter keep putting at the top of my Twitter, on my trending page, it says, masks are a safe and effective tool in limiting COVID spread? And I was like, for 2 years, yes. Why does this still have to be on Twitter? I don't understand why this is still on the trending page of Twitter. Why is this not just common accepted knowledge? Why are there still people who are like, I can't breathe, or I'm breathing microparticles? Then stay home. I'm like, why not? Florida is going to be underwater in 5 years. Yeah. I moved to Florida a year ago and low-key hate it. All caps, low-key. Texas is crazy. They lost it. Well, good that they lost the ban, because you can't do that. It doesn't make sense. I was like, why though? Florida is going to be underwater in like 5 years, which is also crazy. Very crazy. On top of the world being on fire, it's also going to go underwater. Yeah. And there's a plague. It seems like we got like a rough go as far as when we're on Earth, you know, because like everyone who's on Earth right now is like alive now together. Like, everyone who's on Earth at this time with you is alive at the same time, and then we'll all die one day, and there will be a different group of people who are all on Earth at the same time. You know what I'm saying? There was a time when there was a different group of people all on the Earth, and everything was like fine. Obviously not fine. Everything was not all fine, but I mean, like, it's like, it feels like we're in a period of time where there's like a lot of things where it's like, have you seen Hercules? It's like when they go to Thebes. I just watched it a couple of days ago, and they're like, oh, the earthquake, was that before the fire or after the flood? It's like literally where we're at. It's just, something is always happening. I want to complain about my life, but really, like, the actual world is going through the same thing as me. The actual, like, world. Nancy, hi Nancy. I have relatives in Georgia. They're always worried about the situation there. I bet. Rue, I saw a tweet referring to the US saying, currently deciding if I will live on Fire Coast or Water Coast. Yeah.
More tea?
I would like more tea, please. Thank you. My hero. A bunch of people will probably say good morning, Alex, now, so good morning.
Good morning.
Rue, Scrappy. I laughed and then I was sad. Literally. Someone replied to just stay away from the abortion bounty golf. Yep. Rue says good morning. I think each generation has its struggles. I feel like the generation right now that's on, when I say generation, I mean all the people alive on Earth right now, though, like, are dealing with the actual Earth dying, as opposed to, like, the other struggles were always between people. I feel like the Cold War, and then, like, World War II, and then, like, World War One. They weren't at all worried about the planet doing things. You know, like, when they, what was that pesticide that they sprayed over Vietnam?
Agent Orange.
Agent Orange? Was Agent Orange the pesticide? I thought Agent Orange was an actual bioweapon.
It was supposed to be used as a pesticide.
Oh, okay. I thought that wasn't Agent Orange. I thought there was another one.
Well, maybe I'm wrong.
I might be wrong, but my point is they sprayed it over a whole forest in order to defoliate the forest. It was Agent Orange? In order to defoliate the forest. They weren't going like, these are really important tropical rainforests. Maybe we should keep them. You know? Like, it wasn't about worrying about that, whereas now it's like, I don't want to buy Nutella because there's palm oil in it, and they're cutting down the rainforest to put palm trees so that they can get palm oil. What do we do about the rainforest? You know what I mean? Agent Orange is an herbicide. Or it was an herbicide. Then it turned out to be a chemical weapon that ruined generations and generations of people. Or people's lives, I should say. But anyway, it was an herbicide to defoliate trees so that they could see people and not have to wonder where people were in the forests. Can you imagine that now if they were like, oh, we're going to defoliate an entire forest for war reasons? You'd be like, no, you're not. You can't just defoliate a forest. Thank you. No, thank you. Insanity. Like, having war without thinking about any repercussions on the earth. I feel like now there's like this vibe, like, I don't know, like if there was, let's say, a battle in somewhere like California, wouldn't there be also considerations of like, okay, so maybe we shouldn't use any flamethrowers in this battle because like then California will burn down? You know what I mean? Am I wrong? He has Parkinson's due to it. Is that a known thing, or is it just that's the assumption as the reason why it came around? I don't know all of the stuff about it. I just know that it caused birth defects in the following generation, right? I don't know what it did totally, so I'm not like don't get me wrong, I don't mean any offense, but how do you, it's like a known thing that that's what it causes? Yes, okay, cool. Well, that's not ideal. Not a good situation. Bioweapons, not a good idea. No one knows what that means in the future, you know? Well, the Earth actually trying to kill us more so. She will be okay, but we certainly won't be as a species. Yes, definitely. Definitely. The Earth will definitely kick us off if we cause too many more issues. Honestly, the fire and flood and earthquake and volcano and just generalized inhospitability of the way the Earth is going tells me that this is her slow process of, like, we're on a different time scale than the planet, you know what I mean? So when we're going like, oh, the sea level is going to rise by a few meters, that's pretty overwhelming. In the next 50 years, the planet is like, that was like 1 millisecond in my time scale. I am literally flicking you off. No, it's from that, and we take him to LA every month because the VA has to be the one that helps him due to it being from Vietnam. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, learn something new every day. Look into what's in makeup. Carcinogens. There's carcinogens in everything, though. If you actually, like, look at what a carcinogen, like the list of carcinogens, it's in, like, cereal and makeup and on toilet paper, and, like, it's literally everywhere. There's nowhere you can avoid. On your new clothes. It's just like every single thing in large quantities can be a carcinogen, so in small quantities, they're like, it's not that bad of a, you know what I mean? Like, if you drank straight fluoride, not going to be good for you, but they put a teeny little bit in our water, and then we don't have as many cavities. But yeah, and also if you look at what's in makeup, there's way worse stuff too, right? There's talc and there's mica, and if you look at where talc and mica are coming from, it's like child slave mines. Not a great scenario. Sid, my area is mostly agriculture and has a very high rate of cancers. Herbicides and pesticides. I just watched a doc yesterday about currently used herbicides, insecticides. Well, we're not even allowed to use one of the varieties of Roundup that you guys have there. Like, Canadians illegally smuggle it into the country because it's not legal here, but it's legal just across the border. Like, we have pesticides that you guys can buy at Walmart that aren't allowed to be sold in Canada. So, food for thought. Just Canadians go over there. Pardon me? What about milk? I think they're changing that. I think so, because the states are allowed to have steroids and antibiotics and stuff in your dairy cows, and we're not allowed to have that in Canada's dairy cows, but the US dairy farmers are like, that's a product we can't ship to Canada, that's not cool. So I think that there might be something changing to allow American dairy, maybe only as secondary products though, like as cheese. Maybe not as straight milk. But to be fair, the States doesn't pack milk the way that we do here. You know what I mean? Like, Canada packs it. You guys have like huge jugs of milk, like big plastic jugs. Or at least when I used to go to, where did we go to? Tops. When we would go to Niagara Falls, we would go grocery shopping, we'd go to Tops. And the milk was always in huge jugs there, whereas here we get them in 4-liter bags that each have a liter 0.3 in each bag, and then your bag goes into a box, and then you pour the box.
You want a slice of pie?
Yep, yes please. Jugs, cartons, and smaller dairies do glass. Oh, cute. I didn't grow up here, but yes, through the years there have been studies about this area, and wow. Like Erin Brockovich. Wasn't that about cancer and pesticide? I feel like. I don't know. I watched a doc yesterday about the currently used herbicide causing Parkinson's and cancers. I don't drink milk, but my hubby does, and we get them from our smaller local dairies here, and they are in glass. That's cool. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not against antibiotics in animals. Like, that doesn't... To me, if your animal is sick and has an infection, you should treat it with antibiotics. You know what I mean? I don't know, if I had a chicken who was sick, I would treat them with whatever it took to make them better. So I'm not against antibiotics. I'm against antibiotics preemptively being used, which is what I feel like it's been explained to me as, like that they are just like sort of antibiotic to prevent any illness rather than to fix one. Like, everybody's got antibiotics as opposed to just the one that's sick. But I don't think you can do that in Canada. Maybe it's only that you can treat an illness of a cow. You can't pre-treat a non-existing illness. I don't know the truth, honestly. Animals shouldn't be kept in conditions where they would need antibiotics on a daily basis. That's a fun fact, Melanie. Never thought of it that way. I'm obviously joking. I agree with you. Yeah, you got it right, Laura. Thank you. I like the idea of using a smaller dairy. That sounds fun. Like, if we wanted to drink milk again. Like, if we had a kid, I feel like it would be good to go to, like, a smaller goat dairy. Get your good goat's milk, because it's easier on people's tummies. And the big dairy made us think that kids require milk. Like, the amount of milk I drank as a kid, ridiculous. Like, milk was a multiple times a week go to the store for a purchase. Like, my parents would go multiple times a week for milk. Because 4 kids would drink so much milk. It's very depressing driving by them. Yeah, I imagine. Well, my future homestead is going to not have cramped conditions for animals. Any and all animals we bring onto our future homestead, which has big windows and a good amount of space for my plants, but it's not too big. My future homestead. Thank you, darling.
You're welcome.
Tea and pie.
Yeah.
True love. You have a line on your arm. Is that a scratch? Other arm. Or is that just an indentation? Oh, okay. I get goat milk from a neighbor. Oh, that's cool, Deanne. Do they do anything to it? Like, I know raw milk is literally like out of the cow through a filter and you could have it, but what is, what's it called that milk is pasteurized? That's heated up, right, to a certain temperature? Do people do that with their own personal milk if they milk a goat? Do people pasteurize their own milk? Questions I have. Hi, Sonia. Good morning. See you in a minute, Dawn. And I will say because not only do I live in agriculture, but I live in dairy country, I could tell you we do not have happy cows. I believe it. I just don't think, I think cows are like social creatures, and getting to know 30 social creatures is one thing, but living with 3,000 of them, there's no way that you can have like communities, you know what I mean? Like the cows can't be happy. Like our chickens, I noticed when we had 47, that was too many together. Laura, your forever home needs a small conservatory. Yes, a small conservatory would be great, or a small, I like to think of it as my menagerie. Like if you watched a series of unfortunate events, the crazy uncle who has all the animals that just live in a room with a high ceiling is me. That's who I am. Yes, if you drive on the 99 or 5 freeways, you see nothing but cows. Yeah, and I feel like with us having 47 chickens, which is how many we had at our most because we had babies from our chicks. Like we had a bunch of babies born, and when they got larger and we had bigger babies on the farm, we have a backyard that backs onto a farm. 47 felt like it was too many for the groups to all get along. It was rather like a group of 10 was a group together, a group of 4 was a group together, and like there were a bunch of cliques. Whereas when we were under 30, I would say like 28 was probably like the happy number for me with chickens, because they all knew each other and they all knew their place in the hierarchy. Whereas like 47, it's hard to have a hierarchy with one at the top, one right below another. There's a lot of like too many like at the same level of importance in the hierarchy of the flock. I would imagine that would be a problem in the cows. Like, who's the dominant mama cow? Hard to tell when there's 3,000 of them right next to each other, you know what I mean? As opposed to if there's 30 cows, like one's gonna stand out as the dominant leading cow. And that's like healthy for a group of animals to have like structure. It's important. It's healthy and important to have structure. I'm a cow. I need structure, please. Mine's raw. I'm okay with that. Why don't you do it to kids again? Their immune systems are much higher risk for bacterial infections if the milk is contaminated at all. Well, good to know. What do you do to make it not raw? You cook it, right? Like you pasteurize it by heating it. Is it like to a certain degree? Below boiling, I would imagine. You wouldn't want to have milk that boiled. And Deanne, totally. Like, if it's raw milk and you can trust the person that's making it, the chances of something bad happening are probably very low, but it's just like how pregnant women aren't supposed to eat runny eggs. It's just like, in general, it's a good option to be aware that runny eggs can contain salmonella or whatever. I'm obviously not a pregnant woman, so I don't know the actual thing that you're trying to avoid. I think it's salmonella. Heat it to 60°C for a certain time. Due to science reasons, you just have to get all of the parasites to die. I have 13 chickens and there are obviously 2 groups. It's kind of weird. Yeah, and they have rules among each other that when you're the chicken mama, you can narrate when you go out to talk to them. Am I right? Deanne, you go out and you talk to them and you decide what each group is dealing with. Yeah, we had 47 at the highest number, Scrappy. What square footage did you have for them? They were free-ranging all summer on like 2 acres, I think. So they're in the barn. It was like the coop is 12 feet by 11 feet by 8 feet. And there was enough seating in the barn. There was enough seating in the barn for all of them to have multiple choices of perches at night, so that if the hierarchy changed, it would be okay. Yeah, 16 was the original goal. Actually, 13 was the original goal. If you remember, I was like, I'll have a baker's dozen. But then we had babies. We had 4 sets of hatchlings. So, most of those 47 were babies. Like, we only had, like now my parents have 21 chickens, and that includes all of our chickens and 3 chickens that they had. Oh, also good news! I found a home for baby, a real home for our rooster. I've been trying to find a home. Girls have their run of 20 acres, but they stay pretty close to the house, coop, and garden. Well, yeah, that's kind of how, like, ours, in theory, they could go to the field. They just don't. They stick in about a 2-acre region. 12 by 11 by 8 is my bedroom. Well, there you go. So that's how much room 47 chickens needs to sleep. They don't stay in the coop. Like, that's only for sleeping. But anyway, I put an ad up online for Baby, our rooster, who we've had now for 2 years. 2 years? Alex, we didn't get Diane and Clover last summer, did we? Was it last May? Have I only been a chicken person for 1 year? No, it was the previous May, because last May, like this past May that just happened, we had the babies. So 2 years, 2 summers. Anyway, our rooster, so we've had him for 2 summers, so he's about 2.5. Who knows, Corona time, literally. He's about 2.5 years old, because he was like 5 months, let's say, when we got him, because he was unclear that he was a boy when we got him. And then he developed more boyishly as we went, and he became our rooster. But anyways, I've been trying to find a home for him. Hey there, Tanya. Because I really care about him, and I don't want him to just go away to someone and be eaten, because that's what happens to older, large roosters. But somebody said, is he still available? And I was like, he is. And they were like, would he be friendly with other roosters? And I was like, I don't know. He's been around a bunch of roosters, and he's been okay, but he is our dominant male, blah, blah, blah. We went back and forth, and they were like, we have 35 chickens with 2 roosters. We're looking for a 3rd rooster. And we have, like, lots of acres. I don't remember how many acres, but lots of acres. And they free range during the day, and they have a coop and a run, and they, like, have... It's a perfect situation. It's the perfect situation. So Baby is actually going to go be he's going to be a flock leader again, which is awesome, because I really didn't want him to be eaten. Like, that is not my goal for him. I want him to be a pet. And they know that he's older, and they said that they would be happy to have him, and that they just think he's beautiful. And I was like, he is beautiful, and he's, like, fully matured a rooster. He's not, like, I don't know, like, he's wonderful, and I really care about him, and I really like him, and I even, like, fully disclosed that we've treated him for scaly leg mites. If you guys have never kept chickens, scaly leg mites is something that can happen to them. It's a parasite that they get on their legs. Basically, you can't see the mite. It's, like, smaller than what your eyeball can see, but it's a tiny little bug, and it eats their dead skin, and then it poops, but the way it poops is underneath their scales, so it gets itchy because it's underneath their skin is like scales, like a snake or something, a dinosaur. Anyway, scaly leg mites is like an itchy thing, and when we got Clementine, she had scaly leg mites, and I didn't know, and basically it's spread through the whole flock at some point. Most of the older girls have gotten it, and I've treated them, and they've gotten rid. They have gotten I've gotten rid of the mites on them just by treating them. But now Baby has it, scaly leg mites, so his legs look dry. It basically looks like, you know, when you have like dry wrists or dry elbows, it kind of looks like that. And it's not hurting him, like he's not itching his feet all the time, and he's not like sitting. Like when we got Clementine, she wasn't walking around, and we were like, what's wrong with her? And she had scaly leg mites and bumblefoot when we got her. So she probably is the one that brought it into the flock, but that's neither here nor there. She doesn't have either of those issues anymore. But anyway, I was like, full disclosure, I just treated him for scaly leg mites, and I'll treat him again before you pick him up if you do want him. But full disclosure, that's something we're dealing with. And she was like, that's okay, I've dealt with that before. And I was like, wonderful. That and chickens can get bumblefoot too. Yeah, bumblefoot is gross. That's something that Clementine had twice. When we got her, she had it. Like right when we had her, she was like limping already. And I dealt with it. It's gross. So I'm not going to describe how I dealt with it, but I dealt with her bumblefoot, and I dealt with her bumblefoot again about a month and a half ago. So yeah, not great. So much better that than him getting thrown into cockfights. Well, that's for sure, Dawn. I never even considered that, because he is a big boy, and I'm sure there are people who do that somewhere around here. I mean, I don't know. I don't know, but I'm sure they exist. But this is like a family with like children and a flock and like a homestead. It's like perfect. Thanks, eating. You're welcome. Laura's chicken rescue. Not right now. Yeah, very gross. Very, Tanya. Very gross. But it healed, and both times it healed, which is great. Makes me very happy. But it's making me so happy that he's getting to go to a new home where he is going to be a pet. Like, he's going to be a pet, and he's going to be a rooster there. He's not going to have to be... He's not at risk of being eaten. He's not going there for the point of being eaten. I'm very happy about it. It's something that really, like, I've been really struggling with inside, because I really care about this rooster, and my parents are really adamant that they don't want a rooster. Like an additional one. They have 2 roosters by accident. It's called Bumblefoot, and it's essentially like a sebaceous cyst in their foot, is kind of how I can describe it. That's probably not correct, but that's basically what it's like. But anyway, Baby, I think I will remove his spurs one more time. I didn't realize it was a multiple thing, by the way. I didn't know that was a more than once thing, but his spurs have completely grown back and are fully hard and spur-like again. So, fun fact, spurs grow back, if you didn't know. It makes sense, because it's just like hardened skin. But anyway, they will be so happy to have him. The kids are going to love it. First, they're going to love his cock-a-doodle-doo, which honestly, I was saying to the person, I was like, he has such a good cock-a-doodle-doo, and he's so proud. Like, he walks around so proud, and so literally cocky. He's like a cocky rooster, because he just like, he shakes his head, and he fluffs his feathers, and he cock-a-doodle-doos. He's just and he worries about his girls. Like, if some of the chickens go out onto the front yard and some are in the backyard, he's not cool with that. He has to be aware of where all of them are, and he'll go on like a cock-a-doodle-doo spree to get all the girls to come back to him. He's a very good rooster, and he's friendly. Like, he's a big bird. So, like, he's too big for, like, a 2-year-old to pick up, but, like, a 4-year-old, he's never chased me. He's never attacked me. He's never, if you have ever had chickens, they do this, like, sexy dance for their girlfriends, but it's a little aggressive looking. Like, if you don't know what it is, it's kind of like, oh, are they going to attack? He's never done that at a human. He's never attacked Thunder. He's never shown any interest in Thunder when we go outside. He's never worried about Thunder being there. Anyway, it was just a very good, I really like this rooster. I'm really happy we got to have him, and I'm really happy that we get to give him another good home, because he's been such a good pet, and he's been such a good rooster. He's just awesome. I really like him. They'll be so happy to have him. I sure hope so, Dawn. He's preening and protective. Yeah, he's protective. He is beautiful. Honestly, he's a beautiful rooster. Like, it would be a shame for him to be eaten solely because of his looks. He's beautiful. Like, golden hackle feathers, amazing golden yellow saddle feathers, a shiny blue-black tail, a big bright red single comb and wattle, like big and dramatic. He's just very dramatic and very pretty. He honestly looks, well, no, he doesn't look like this one. This rooster is not as pretty. Oh my god, 5 peppers left. Oh, that's awesome. 5 peppers left. I picked a bunch of my habaneros yesterday. I'm gonna dehydrate them today as well. I already packed the jar of dried habaneros, but luckily the box is just behind me, so I can just open it again. I also have to do the ground cherries. I picked all the rest that were ripe yesterday. I knew it was gonna rain today, so I picked all the ripe ground cherries. So I have to dehydrate them, cut them in half and dehydrate them. They're so tasty, and I'm really happy that I found that they were tasty because I'm gonna grow them next year, even though they're kind of like not the prettiest plant. I'm sure I can find a spot. So much chopping peppers, chopping peppers. I still have a bunch of hot peppers that are like doing really well in the backyard, like spicy ones that I haven't gotten to. But they are just turning red, so like I have jalapenos that are turning red, which is just fine. Oh, by the way, if you haven't clicked the like button yet, friends, don't forget to like the video because pretty please, thank you. That would be awesome. What do you think of my granny square blanket? We're getting somewhere, huh? Looking pretty cool. Oh. So much chopping. 200-meter walk. That's not a lot of meters, but good job because you're getting better. I'm really looking forward to baby having a good home again. I was so worried we were gonna have to just like give him away to someone who was gonna like eat him. That's the only thing that I can think of. I don't really think that cockfighting is a thing that we have to worry about. Like, maybe it is, and I am totally naive, but I don't think it's a thing here. I don't think it's a common thing here. Like, I don't think free roosters are just picked up for that here. I don't think. I mean, who's to say, but I was more concerned about him getting eaten. Tanya, next spring I'm going to try my hand at growing chamomile. Girl, don't even buy seeds. Just go to the dollar store and buy chamomile tea. That is chamomile seeds. Go to Walmart and buy the $1 pack of chamomile tea. And just scatter it in like March, and then again in April, and then again in May. So then $3 instead of buying a $3 seed packet, and then scatter it in a bunch of places, and some of them are gonna come up, 100%. For real, for real. I did it this year, and I'm like, there's full chamomile growing in my backyard. I also planted seeds. I will say, I planted the German chamomile like seed packet, because I didn't know for sure that it would work, and then it worked for sure, so it works for sure. Because chamomile tea is literally dried chamomile. / if you want seeds, if you are on the Patreon, just send me your address and I can send you some of my chamomile tea. Because I harvested a lot of chamomile this summer, and all of them technically are seeds, even though it's chamomile tea. I should be starting on a blanket for a friend, but listening to you talk about chickens made me very much want to play Stardew Valley, so I'm virtually taking care of my own chickens. Oh, I could do virtual chicken care? I mean, that could get me over. Yes, Tanya, I literally got the no-name brand, like Great Value brand chamomile tea. That's what I used. And it worked. Yes, that was what I was telling you about. Yes. So, hold on. What you were telling me about it is here, but I live amongst morons. The fact that chamomile tea is the seeds, or the game, Stardew Valley, when you mentioned going over to Switch. Oh, to Twitch. Right. The gaming. Sorry. My brain is, melting. I said do that game that everyone else plays on Twitch. Yes. I feel like that would be funny. Playing a virtual farming game while I wait for my real farm to materialize. Not really materialize. When I work towards my real farm. Celestial is more expensive. I would go with the no name because it doesn't really matter. I mean, maybe it matters. If your seeds aren't organic, isn't your next plant, is it not organic then? I feel like if you grow non-organic seeds organically, wouldn't the plant still be organic? I'm not a scientist, but I mean, like, the chamomile came out really nice and fine. No apple pie for you. You're already chunky. But, yeah, I'm gonna do that next year in a bunch of places near where I live. I'm gonna just plant a bunch of chamomile because nobody, like, notices it, but it makes chamomile, which is great. And it's cute little daisies. Like, what's the problem? I would even recommend putting your chamomile between other flowers because the plant is very wispy and it can be put between other plants. Like, it doesn't need its own special spot in your garden. It would be like how, I don't know if you do this, but I like sprinkled dill and basil seeds everywhere in between everything, and they come up and they function well. Oh, did I really finish that ball of yarn? That's crazy. That other one's like not even half done. All right, well, gotta get another piece of yarn that's thin. Maybe this one? I'd rather be crocheting. I'm filling out paperwork for my mom's doctors. No, thank you. It's for the genetic part. So much paperwork. Yeah, that sounds like a no-go from me. But at the same time, good job for being there for your mom. Because that is stressful. Never rain. Lavender is drought tolerant. It can be very invasive. Lavender here, I don't think it's invasive here. Like, I may be wrong about that, but I feel like I've never heard of people having issues with lavender here, but also I don't know how it overwinters. I guess it overwinters because there are the lavender farms nearby. But I don't think it's an invasive thing here. I don't know if we have the right conditions for it to be invasive. Sure is, Dawn, but I love the lavender. Yeah, invade lavender. I would think they would still be, but I could be wrong. I mean, I'm not a doctor, you know. I didn't know that lavender would be. Hold on. There we go. I do like lavender. I'm bringing my lavender plants with me wherever I go. I've dug out my rosemary and my lavender and a bunch of my thyme plants, and my plan is to just replant them. I swear. Maybe I'll go to my parents today with a bunch of those plants. Put them in my mom's garden. She did this brilliant thing this year that I thought was so smart, because my mom's a farmer, right? And she sells plants in the spring. So what she did is, with a whole bunch of her smaller thyme and rosemary and lavender and what other plants? Like a bunch of small plants, just small herbs and stuff that can overwinter here. She planted them in pots, and then she planted the pots in the ground so that you can like see the plant pot, but it's still in the ground. So she doesn't have to think about them, and when she waters her garden, she just waters all of the plant pots that are also in the ground. Hey, Aditi. And so next year, all she'll have to do is pull those little pots out, and they will be twice the size because they've been living in the ground. And I thought that was so cool. When I saw it, I was like, this is a really good idea. And she was like, thanks, I thought so too. And I was like, I never would have thought of it. What a good way to overwinter things. Bury a plant pot. Then you don't have to, like, repot it for sale. You just dig up the plant pot and hose it off. I think that was great. I'm in Florida, so winters are too bad lately, but I could put them in a huge pot and try to bring it in. Your lavender? Yeah, I think you could do that. And also, when you say too bad lately, for lavender, I don't think so, because I live in Ontario, and Florida and Ontario are not the same temperature. Thank you, Aditi. I am feeling good today. Although I did put a little bit too much makeup on, so now my skin feels like powdery soft, but it makes me want to keep touching it, because it's like so soft with like the layers of makeup that are on it, but it makes me want to touch it, which is not what you're supposed to do. What is that click sound? Do you still hear it? Is that your mic or you? It must be my mic. Let's try turning off the mic. You don't hear it? I can see on the sound something happening, but it doesn't look like a click. It just looks like background audio. You don't hear it either? Well, sorry, Scrappy. I have headphones and I hear it once in a while. It could be me hitting something, or like Thunder's nails hitting the table, or like, because I'm like moving around. When I visited Florida, pothos was growing everywhere outside. That's cool. I would be down for that. No click here. Okay, cool. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, it's probably just a sound that is happening from me moving around. That would be cool. Pothos outside. I say pothos. My little sister says pothos, and my older sister says vining plant. It's in your mind. Thank you, Frida. Thank you for your contribution. But anywho, back to chickens. I want chickens again in the future. I want my flock back if my parents are willing to give them back. They say that they're watching them for me, but like, they really like them a lot. And it's like obvious that they really like them a lot. My dad's like, acts like he's not super into having them, but really he actually likes them. So, I mean, I want my flock back, but we'll see how that goes. I don't know how many of them will be around still when I'm able to have a flock again. My pothos are doing great inside my apartment. My pothos are doing great here too. Where are you? It's back here somewhere. Pothos plant. Also, I brought my snake plants back in. There's a big one here. There's another one. Oh, that's two plants. One is behind the other here. And I repotted my baby snake plants together. So this is almost all of my plants now. What you can mostly see is almost all of them. I've repotted. Yesterday I brought over like 10 plants to my little sister's house. Okay, maybe like 6 plants, but still a bunch of plants I brought over to her house. Hey there, Jessica. Good morning. Raining in Ohio, raining in Ontario. It might not be actively raining at this moment, but it's a rainy day. Do you like my Elvis curl? I can't have pothos. They're toxic to pets. Oh. I have pets that don't know that. Lucky for me. Although Pika was swatting at this low leaf here, just hitting it a couple of nights ago. She was just going crazy, running around the house, and then she would run up to that leaf and just swat at it. I don't know for what reason. She wasn't catching it. She just liked to hear her paw hit it or something. I have sun for once. How about the temperature though? What's your temperature? Because it's like 20 degrees Celsius here, which is kind of a vibe, gotta say. I don't mind the rain. I just don't love when it gets cold. Everything is starting to die because now it's like too wet. I have bratty pets that love to sniff and lick my plants, so I can't have all the cool plants. That's fair. I have pets that are bratty in their own ways. Like Thunder, if it's raining too hard, will not ask to go outside. And then when we go outside, he will not use the lawn as a bathroom, and then he will come inside and wait until you go to the bathroom. And when the door's closed and you're not looking, he'll go find somewhere to go pee, which is bratty. Same thing when it's really cold out. He will be like, well, that means I don't have to go outside because it's cold, and I'm not doing that. 5 Celsius tonight, that's a no thank you from me. My pets never showed interest at all in them, they just hang from on high. Yeah, my pets never show any interest in plants except for Peekaboo has now shown interest in that plant. And another one, my spider plant, she, when I had it low after repotting, she ripped the leaves, but she didn't eat it. I just give her catnip. I just give her, like, I want to say raw, like fresh is the right word, fresh catnip. Rue, 5 degrees Celsius, I keep looking back at that. Ugh, that's just not enough degrees Celsius. That being said, I mean, it's October 15th. When I was younger, it would definitely already have been cold by now. Like, by the time it was Halloween when I was a kid, you would wear your snowsuit or at least your winter coat underneath your costume. So, like, kids today getting to just wear a cute costume, not having to wear the warm clothes. Yeah, 11 isn't warm enough either, if I'm honest. I'm kind of happy with my, like, 19, 20, 21 degrees. It's not supposed to be cold right now. Not here, it's supposed to be cold right now, and it's not cold yet. And I'm okay with it. Like, the 15th, which we are at today, is our first estimated frost date. Jealous of the warm Canadians right now. Hey, you won't be jealous in like a month. It'll be snow. The ground will have snow on it in 1 month from now. So, I mean, hopefully, if winter comes. I mean, not hopefully, like, hopefully in my heart, not hopefully in my personal heart. You know what I mean? For the world, I hope that the snow comes in a month. For myself, I hope that the winter is now just like Seattle, just a little rainy and chilly. Is Seattle snowy? In my imagination, it's just sort of like England. Still in the 70s here. Yep. I think that's what the 20s are, right? The mid to late 70s. 80s are when we start getting into the summer temperature feels, right? As a non-American, using American thermometer vibes is difficult. I think I like it in the late 70s and early 80s. We love erratic weather. I'm an erratic person, so it makes sense that we love our erratic weather. I mean, it's not ideal, let's be honest. It's not ideal. It'd be nice to know exactly when things were going to happen, but at the same time, the estimated first frost date is October 1st, like I said, or October 15th, like I said, but since we haven't had frost yet, all my flowers are still alive, and all my plants are still alive, and all my peppers and everything except my tomatoes, really. My tomatoes have died off, and I've been pulling out the plants as I can. I wish I had rubber boots. I don't know why I don't have rubber boots. Maybe I'll just borrow a pair. My parents have like 10 pairs of rubber boots at their house because people come to their house or to their farm. I say house, I mean their farm. 76 is considered chilly. I mean, if you have the right breeze, maybe. If 76 is 24 Celsius, you need a good cool breeze in order for that to feel chilly. It was 30 Fahrenheit this morning. That's about -1. Yeah, right, because 32 is 0. But anyway, I think I want to do some garden stuff today. I want to go out in the garden and pull some dead things. And Alex and I are going to film on the next day when it's not raining, which is probably Sunday or Monday. We're going to do a final garden tour vlog of the garden. And I think that'll be fun. Okay, I'm out of thin acrylic. Do I rip off this piece and switch colors? I think I do. I think that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, but just last month it was like 105. When it drastically drops like that, we are cold. It's not cold, but it feels like that. Totally. Yeah, okay, I understand that. That's every single spring in Canada. It's like, it's +5. Take off your coat. And then your brain has to go like, +5 Celsius is still very cold. But first thing in the spring, it feels very warm. And yet, when we hit 5 degrees Celsius in the autumn, everybody's bundled up really well for the weather. Totally. Your body gets used to the summer vibes. I'm not ready for it to be over yet, so I appreciate that my garden is not ready either. I'm going in for the yellow now. The awful yellow. In my head, it's like Frida's awful yellow. That's what this color is. With peace and love, Frida. 76 here is divine. My daughter just bought me rubber boots with chickens on them. Oh, that's cute. I want some rubber boots with chickens on them. I want everything with chickens on them, including a house with chickens in them or around them, around it. Our house will have chickens. We will, once again, be chicken people. It will be Laura's chicken camp, Laura's chicken rescue, Laura's chicken menagerie. I just want a menagerie, but of fun farm things. I wore a sweater yesterday. Okay. Well, I don't know if it's quite that cold, but I mean, I understand. Your body's still getting used to the shift. Where are you, Scrappy? And those TikToks that made fun of Californians bundling up when it's 70 below is below is legit. A sanctuary. Can it be a sanctuary menagerie? Because I like the word menagerie a lot. So can it be a sanctuary and menagerie for all of the old and janky animals and dogs with only 3 legs and old chickens? Also young chickens, because I still like having baby chickens around. Oh my god, that was such a joy to hatch out baby birds. I was scrolling through my phone the other day, and I don't have my phone here so I can't show you, but I'll upload it to Discord later. I'll upload a photo of Diane's baby, Winona. So Diane has 2 babies, Winona and Feiruz, and Feiruz is small and like black, and Winona is huge, and she almost looks blue. She's like blackish blue. She's just so shiny. She got that from her dad because her mom is an Australorp who is basically like matte black. She's just a beautiful black bird. Diane is just so pretty and so sweet. And Winona came out really sweet, and Feiruz came out like more dodgy. I want to say like she's like more skittish. Still both are beautiful, but you know, Las Vegas was that way, Palm Springs too. It can't be a rescue if you're breeding them. I mean, can't it though? Can't it though? It's a rescue if there are a mixture, can't it? Like if I'm breeding, if I have a flock of beautiful Easter eggers that I love the eggs and I breed them, and then I also accept old lady hens who obviously don't breed, then wouldn't that be a rescue? Well, then it's not a rescue. It's just Laura's hobby farm where you can drop off your old hens. How about that? I'm not literally a rescue. I wouldn't say I would be a literal rescue, not like a registered one. I just mean like people works in animal rescue. Yeah. I don't mean that I would be an actual animal rescue. So it would be called Laura's Menagerie and Hobby Farm, but maybe we accept a janky hens and janky dog. Do you have a janky dog that is in need of a retirement house? How about that? Laura's Retirement Center. Laura's menagerie and chicken retirement home. So yes, I do have young chickens, and we do have chickens that are making babies so that we can have baby birds, because love. But sorry, the wording. I wasn't thinking rescue in the like registering as a rescue kind of way. I was thinking rescue as in avoiding bird death kind of way. You know what I'm saying? But yes, totally, it wouldn't be a rescue because I wouldn't be like, it wouldn't be like a job. You did rescue some though, right? I mean, yeah. We rescued Bluebell. I mean, rescued. Bluebell was being sold for meat. 2, 3, because she was too old. Sunflower was being sold as a sick bird for $5 because she was over loved by her rooster. So she had very few feathers on her back. Daisy and Rosie and Posy and Fern were all from a egg farm, like they were the in-between bird, like in-between farm. So a farm bought them from a egg producer and they were getting sold for soup. They were literally sold as soup hens, but they laid an egg every single day we had them. So them. And I mean, technically, Diane and Clover were the owner of them, gave them to us. Like, we didn't pay for Diane and Clover, he just gave them to us because the city, he lived in a city nearby, and the city limits don't allow chickens, and they were going to take them away if he didn't get rid of them by the end of the day. So maybe we saved Diane and Clover. And Poppy was like basically she was one of those birds that people keep for 2 years and then eat. Like they keep them for 2 years of laying and then they eat them. And she was already 2 years old, and we got her for free from a neighbor. So I mean, if you look at it however you want to look at it, then some of them avoided otherwise certain death by being in our family. But if you look at it like actually rescue, no, because we bought those 5 birds. They were, I mean, yes, they would have been sold to someone to be eaten. So I see that as rescue, but we purchased them from someone. So they were a purchased animal. So no. But in my head, yeah, totally. And now we only have Daisy. Daisy's just hanging out with the roosters. What's weird is that neither of the roosters, because we have 2 roosters and one hen right now in our backyard, just 3 birds, and the roosters are not engaging at all with Daisy now. Like, he still walks around and hangs out with her, but Baby hasn't mounted her once since the last of the other hens left. So I don't know what's going on there, but Baby is like, not. We have a rescued Bielefelder hen that was absolutely no back or tail feathers. That was like Sunflower. She was a silver-laced Wyandotte, which is honestly, I saw on the ad, because they posted pictures of how like messed up she was, and they were like, we don't really know what's wrong with her. She's not doing well, like when I was picking her up. And I was like, I'm pretty sure that's just from the roosters. Like, it's just her whole back. Her back of her wings, her whole back, and her tail were like gone. And I was right. As soon as she came into our flock, she just started growing feathers back, and she turned out to be this beautiful bird that I was very excited to have. I'm going to watch with my eyes closed for a while, aka listen. Sounds good, Frida. We'll still be here when you open your eyes again. We've had her for a year, and they've never grown in. Her name is Lady Godiva. They never grew in, huh? That's weird. Sunflowers all grew in. Maybe that means hers was for a long time, and maybe Sunflower it was only for a while, but hers looked like leathery red skin all over her back and tail. I have to put you down because my leg is going numb. Do you understand? Do you speak English? Not really. Just look at me with true love. You're a good boy. Can I have a high five? High five. Thank you. Can we kiss? Thank you. Another kiss? Can we kiss? Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna put him on the floor. Here's my very cute dog, but he has his own cozy bed to sleep in, and that's where he can go now because my legs are falling asleep having him sit on them. Oh, there we go. Much better. Oh, that was one on my list though. The Bielefelder. I never remember the names of that bird. I like the colors though. They're like bronzy brown. The colors in there, like they're lacy foliage? No, feathers, plumage. But Deanne, I have a whole list in one of my bullet journals. That's going to be a whole separate box to pack. In one of my bullet journals, I have a list of all the breeds that I'm like totally obsessed with in terms of chickens. And one of them, I really, really want a buff Orpington, which is like a blonde bird. Phew, finally done. Well done, Sid. All the peppers are done. Are they in the dehydrator yet or just the chopping? And were you doing spicy peppers or just like bell peppers? I feel like spicy peppers are more of a pain in the butt to chop because you have to like actively not touch your eyes. But read it again, Laura. Bielevelder. That's on the list. A buff Orpington, a chocolate Orpington, a white Orpington, all of the Orpingtons essentially, because love Orpingtons. Thanks for the company, Sid. Thanks for joining. Bielefelder. Wow, Laura. Her sisters are very pretty. So that's on my list. And also there's Belgian Duke, D''UCCLE, Ducle. If it's Belgian, it could be Ducle, but in French, like my brain wants to go like Ducle, like the LE is just like blech, but my brain doesn't know how to pronounce that one, but it's Belgian D''UCCLE. I've in my head pronounced it Belgian uncle because words are hard. Yeah? Thank you. It's handmade. Isn't he cute? Isn't he cute? I have 2 buff Orpingtons, really, Deanne? They're on my list of desired bird breeds because I think they're so pretty. I really love the shape of the big fat hens. Like, if you're not a chicken person, first of all, what are you doing with your life? Second of all, chickens come in many shapes and sizes, and one of the shapes is like a big fat round hen, like a butterball turkey looking hen, and Orpingtons are one of them. They're a very round chicken, and another one is Australorps. They're black Australorps. So I only want one, and I want it to be Diane for the next 10 years. I don't know how old Diane is, but I would like to keep her like long term. She would never be sold or traded if I could have anything to do with it. Like if my parents said that they couldn't keep her, I would get a chicken diaper and she would become an indoor pet because I have a weird attachment to Diane. But anyway, all of the Orpington varieties are round. So like buff Orpington, chocolate Orpington, which is just a brown one. And then they come in lavender, which is just like a nice color gray, honestly. But I want a lavender Orpington, a buff Orpington, and a chocolate Orpington, and an Australorp. And then I will be very happy with those breeds involved. I really like how they look. Not for reproduction purposes, just for like my own personal happiness to have big fat birds around me. I don't need them to lay eggs. Like Diane lays an egg now every maybe 3rd day, and if she stopped altogether, she would be just as perfect to me. I love Diane very much. And Clover hadn't laid an egg in, I'm gonna say, more than a year because she was broody, and then she went off being broody and started laying eggs again for like a week, and then went broody again, and then stopped being broody for like a week, laid a couple eggs, and then she became the mother to all of our baby chicks and didn't lay eggs all summer because of that. I love to watch you crochet. Well, thank you, Claudia. I do like to crochet, so it works out well for both of us. But yeah, Diane would become an indoor pet if I couldn't, if my parents couldn't keep her, she would become an indoor pet, and I would just be a person who has a chicken inside. And so I'm very happy that my parents have a farm, because that would have been a weird transition to move into a smaller space with a dog, a cat, and a chicken. But Orpingtons are high on my priority list when we start building a flock again. I like the way that we built our flock because it's just a beautiful group of birds to look at, which is the reason that I want chickens, is for a beautiful group of birds to look at and enjoy. It's not for eggs or chicken purposes. Those are both benefits, but not necessary to me. But what we did for this first flock, for our first like 18 birds, that's how many like chicken hens we had. For our first 18 birds, we did it in groups of 1, 2, or 3 birds purchased at one time, like from one farm. So each bird was brought in on its own for Poppy's sake anyway, but in groups of 2 or 3 from other farms. And they were picked because they were very beautiful. Not because they were young. Like, I think the only one that we got that was like a young hen, like hadn't even started, like a pullet, hadn't even started laying yet, was Marshmallow. Everybody else was already over a year old, which in the chicken hobby, the turnover rate for chickens is very high, because many hens lay very well for like 2 years and then they stop laying as well. They lay less often, and when you're keeping chickens just for the purpose of eggs, that doesn't really work together. But since I wasn't really keeping them for eggs, at least that wasn't the intention, we ended up having a lot of older birds that still ended up laying a lot of eggs when we had them. Like this spring, I was seeing a picture that I had that it was this basket completely full of eggs, like overflowing. Do you see all of the things in there? I've got some marigold seeds, some zinnia seeds, and then some ground cherries that I need to dehusk and put in the dehydrator. Excuse me. Throat got dry there. Sorry about the sound. Oh, now I choked on it. That's funny. My sisters are texting each other, and I just read the messages, which are cute. If you don't know, I love my sisters. If that was not yet clear. I'll probably be visiting Ottawa more often this winter than I did in recent winters, though, since we won't be like living. I feel like I want to say we're living more transiently, but it's not really that. We are staying somewhere. We're moving all of our things into one location. We have a space that is ours. We have like our own apartment essentially in a house. It's just a family member's house, so it doesn't feel like, it's not like we're gonna paint and buy furniture and decorate, you know what I mean? Like, it's a fully furnished house already, so we're bringing all of our stuff, but we're not bringing all of our house stuff, just all of the in-between stuff, so it makes me feel like we're living more transiently, but we're not actually without somewhere to stay, but it makes me feel like I'll probably travel more this winter, I should say. We'll probably do more trips to Ottawa, just for getting movement, doing some things, you know? For the vibes. Maybe we'll go to Winterlude. Do you think Winterlude will happen this year?
Huh?
Do you think Winterlude will happen this year?
Oh, good question. Probably.
Oh, can you get me my phone? I want to show everyone that video of you ripping your coat. It's the funniest video on the internet. And literally, there's only like 100 views on the video. It's on our old vlog channel. Hey there, Slinky. Sorry I'm late. I was watching this woman from China open clams for pearls. Literally, I have done that. I have watched those videos. Posted mine in the Discord. What do you mean? You got pearls from a clam? Oh, fun. Weird, but so fun. Yeah, I would definitely, I'm into it. So when Alex and I still lived, I think in Ottawa, somebody else wants our chicken. My tea is still good, thank you. Okay, so Alex and I used to run a vlog channel. For those of you that don't know, my partner Alex and I, we've been together for 10 and in 1 month, 10 and a half years. And we used to have a vlog channel together where we vlogged every single day. Like I'm talking like 7 days a week, we would put out a video, and they were like way too long, like 25-minute long videos with like a 2 full minutes of time lapse in the video. Like it was back then YouTube anyway, and we loved it. It was like a lot of fun and very, sorry, I have to pause the video so I can show it to you. It was very fun, and I'm really happy that we did it. My little sister and I were watching, and we were like, oh my god, I'm so glad we filmed family stuff also, because now it's like home videos, which is amazing. But this one video is so funny that I recorded it on my phone so I could show it to you today, and I immediately sent it to Alex. Here's the premise is that Alex got into the car once and ripped his pocket. It got caught on the steering wheel thing, the steering wheel protector thing, and steering wheel lock, thank you, Alex. And I sewed his coat back up and blah blah. Anyway, a long time later, he has a new coat, and it happened again, and this time when it happened, it was very funny, so I'm gonna just show it to you.
Oh god, it's so cold! Oh my word. Oh my goodness! What's that? Oh my god. Oh
It was the funniest thing that ever happened to me. So that's what happened. Also, here is a picture of baby Winona. Isn't she cute? But anyway, he ripped his whole side of his coat by getting it caught on the steering wheel lock. And I love that happened. And more though, that more than how much I love that happened, I love that I was filming because it was a vlog, so we were always filming, so we got to catch the chef's kiss moments like that. Like how that moment, I laughed so hard when it actually happened, and I can still, like last night my little sister and I were cry laughing. That's why I'm not laughing about it right now, because I literally like cried laughing rewatching it last night. I hadn't seen it in years because I don't rewatch the vlogs, but my little sister does. And it's so funny because the older the vlog, the fewer views they have. Some of them have like 12 views on them. We did vlogging for like years, like every day for years, and some of our vlogs have like 12 views. And then that one has like 100 views, and I was like, oh, that's weird. 100 people have watched it, and my little sister like paused the video and looked at me, and she was like, I think that I'm all of the views. I think that I just have, whenever she's sad, she goes to like 4 videos. She goes, you know what video she watches when she's sad? The one where our bearded dragon died. Because I'm sitting on screen crying about the bearded dragon, saying that I gave him CPR, and she thinks it's hilarious.
Oh my god.
I know! Anyway, my little sister, the reason that you can tell that there was nobody watching while it was being filmed, like at the time we knew we had no audience, and you can tell we knew we had no audience because we go, hi Julia, who is my little sister. We addressed my little sister as the vlog. Like instead of being like, hey everyone, it was like, hey Jules, here is the update. Our life was...
I'm not walking looking at me weird.
Maybe he has to go outside.
Oh. You need to go outside? Go outside.
He probably doesn't want to be wearing that bow either.
Oh, can I take it off?
Yeah. He's probably looking at you like, rescue me, Dad. Oh, golly. Also, he probably wants to go outside. It's probably a twofer.
Let's go outside.
Anyway, it makes me want to vlog. Whenever I see those old vlogs, it makes me want to, but oh my god, we used to edit every single day. Thunder, out!
Out!
Out! Oh, he's so cute. Hey there, Tracy, good morning. Nice to see you this morning. Welcome. Here comes boy. Hello, boy. Welcome. Where did Peekaboo go? Of course, when I move her stuff so that she'll stay and hang out with us, she leaves. She's probably on the couch downstairs. She's gonna be very sad when we get rid of that couch. I'm trying to grind all my dehydrated hot peppers into powder today. I have to take frequent breaks. Just for all of the peppers, or because you don't want to have to breathe hot pepper dust powder. I did that. I did that in the our little magic bullet. I did our hot peppers. And then I realized it was actually better for me to do in a mortar and pestle than it was to do in the magic bullet, because a mortar and pestle didn't create any dust. The magic bullet created, I mean, technically pepper spray. Like, I was grinding up hot peppers and it was making dust that I was breathing. It was basically, I was pepper spraying myself. But Deanne, good idea. It takes up less space. I have a whole jar of ones that aren't chopped up at all. They're just like cut in half or cut in a few pieces and dehydrated. And I figured those would be good for things like where I want to add it to a stir fry and have like it still be bright orange and look like a pepper. But I've been doing with my jalapenos, drying them out and making them powder, because jalapenos are a lot. Whereas my habaneros, they only make like, they don't make as many peppers. Like I didn't get like 100 peppers. Hi, can I ask questions here? Yes. As long as your questions are not
Family friendly.
vulgar. Yeah, family friendly. Just keep it family friendly. And or, nah, let's just say keep it family friendly. I can't get them as fine as I like in a mortar and pestle. That's fair. I feel like I like the mortar and pestle because it's like rustic. You know what I mean? Like, in my head, I'm like, it's not as fine as in the magic bullet, but it's like homemade. What mic is that, by the way? It looks really cool. Forget the brand. It's Hyper Kingston Technology Company. Warranty void if removed. Okay, that's not the name of it. So I guess the Hyper X and the company is a Kingston company. I'm not a tech person. My partner is. So he got it for me. The Slinky. I have a spice grinder I love, but it's so small and it takes forever to get through everything. Yeah, I have a coffee grinder that we used to use when Alex did like whole bean coffee. And I haven't used it for spices, but that actually makes more sense than using the magic bullet. It's just we don't use the magic bullet for anything because I am no longer a smoothie aficionado like I was when we were in university. We've had that magic bullet since I was in university. God, Alex and I have been together since I was literally a child. Like, I was 18 years old. I was literally, I would consider I was still a child when I met the man of my life. How crazy is that? Jeez, I just think about like how much of an idiot I was when I was 17, and then I think of like the time I've been with Alex. I was just 18. That was only a year later, and we've been together ever since, and that's crazy. Give me advice on the current situation I am facing. Gosh. I feel like you're a troll, and I don't have the vibe for you. I'm sorry. Greg. But thanks for calling. Next caller, please. Oh God, we're not gonna bring our coffee grinder with us, are we? Like, this is the thing. We have like so many things. We just have a lot of items. You have to put all of them into boxes. Who else is it? He literally just left. Who else is it gonna be?
Hello.
Is it still raining, honey?
No, but it's supposed to.
Is it?
Yeah. Why?
I don't know. I just want to know because after the stream, I was thinking of doing some gardening.
You can try if it's not raining. It's supposed to rain all day.
Would you be interested in going to my parents' farm with me to drop off some of those plants that are outside and take a pair of rubber boots from them?
Rubber boots.
Yeah, I need rubber boots so that my feet don't get wet outside because all of my shoes let my feet get wet.
I guess it depends on the weather.
Okay.
The plants that are in front of our house.
Did you see what I did to the car?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Beautiful.
I spray
The
painted.
plants that are in front of the house. Or bringing one.
Yeah, the plants that are in front of the house, but the ones that are outdoor plants.
Okay.
Because then she can overwinter them for us. Dan got to it faster than me. Sorry, Slinky, you'll be back. That's exactly what I thought. Tanya said, a troll. That's what I thought. Okay. I spray painted over a rust. Oh, did you see the wheels?
Yeah.
Do you see how I made them shiny?
No magic.
I didn't take them off to do that. Did that damage anything?
No.
Okay, good. My little sister and I went to Lowe's yesterday, and I bought cans of spray paint and, like, fixed things on our car that were, like, ugly. But it turns out I picked the wrong color spray paint, so all I did was highlight the ugly things.
Kind of change the color of the car.
Okay, it was like kind of, I thought I was helping, and now our car is kind of, at least the front half of our car is kind of a different color.
That's what I'm saying. We should leave it.
Yeah, but Julie and I are gonna make it really cool. We're gonna fix what I did. I thought I bought the
But then we have to go to DMV and declare a different color of the car.
No, we'll keep it the same color. Just
To get the same color if you're looking at the entire.
no, it doesn't have to be the exact same color. You didn't give them a color chip swatch.
I
You just
did for the previous.
you said the actual color name. You didn't
Yeah.
just call it
No.
the type of green that it is.
No.
You said like
Got the exact color right.
okay. Well, anyway, we'll get the exact color green then. But I picked a green that I thought looked the exact same, and it was outdoor marine touch-up automobile spray paint. Like, I thought I did the right thing, and then I covered an area. We had like a scratch or like a rusty scratch, and I was like, I'm so smart. I'll spray paint over it, and then it was a different color green. So instead of stopping and going, this is the wrong color green, let's go back to Lowe's, return the set because I bought multiple cans of this green. Instead of returning this, let's just spray paint the whole front of the car. Even though there's only a few nicks that I wanted to cover up, we spray painted the whole front of my car, and it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. So, note to self, if you ever have a rusty or scratched spot on your car and you're like, I think I can just spray paint a matching color. You probably can, but don't change the color of your vehicle. Amazon has touch-up paint that can match your exact color. Well, now I need more than just touch-up paint. I need literally the whole front of the car because I thought, okay, if it looks similar enough, maybe it won't be obvious if we make the whole front, you know, the thing, whatever, what is that? Not the trunk, the front trunk. I thought that if that whole thing was one color, then it wouldn't be obvious that it was a different color than the car because it was only a teeny bit different. And while I was spray painting, if any of you guys are on TikTok, I literally looked over at my sister and I said, I'm beginning to think, in a bit of a worried way, if I might have made an error. literally what I said to my sister, and I was like, if I had TikTok, this would be a place that I would have shared this DIY, and I would have put that audio over it. I'm beginning to think, in a bit of a worried way, if I might have made an error. And I did. I definitely made it. The hood. Thank you. The hood. I had to buy Ford Blue because I had a little scratch. Yeah, I should have just bought brand name color, but I didn't. I bought marine automobile paint in... How many? There was only one. I would have put the... Oh, no, 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 no. Yes, that could have been it too. Both of them, actually. I could have done first. Oh, no, 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 no. And then me spraying the whole thing. And then it would be... I'm beginning to think, in a bit of a worried way, that I might have made an error. I think that's like one of my favorite audio clips for TikTok right now. The oh no 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 also obviously works. God. So now our car looks janky AF. It already looked janky, and now it has a hood that is a different color. But I did a good job with the actual painting. So the paint color, it like looks good, but it's not good. It's sad when I hear songs, I immediately think of TikTok. I know, right? Here comes the boy. Hello, boy. Welcome. Here he comes. There he is. Here comes the boy. One of my favorites. Yeah, it's a lot worse if the color is just a bit off. It's just a bit off, Alex. It's just a bit off. It's like our car, I didn't realize, has almost a metallic. It's like a metallic paint, so it has like little flecks of glitteriness in it, and I just got a shiny paint, so it's like it's like the color of my car plus a teaspoon of yellow and minus any of the glitter or metallic bits. It's very bad. It's so bad. We're gonna need pics. I literally can't. I can't even show anyone because I can tell you about it because then it's like, haha, embarrassing, but it's so embarrassing. I don't want to drive my vehicle because the way that I look right now does not fit into the vehicle that I drive currently. And whenever I go anywhere, I forget about what my car looks like, and then I park it in the parking lot, and then I come out of wherever I am, and I see my car, and I go like, what the hell? Why is my car the way that my car is? Alex and I are in desperate need of a new car, and by new car, I just mean new to us. We're not going to buy a new car. I'm not a rich person. But like our car, when we bought it, the mechanic that was a friend of the family, we asked to come with us to the dealership, and we were at a used car dealership, obviously, and we found this car for $2,500, and when we bought it, the guy said, that's a great deal. If you get like a year and a half out of this car, that'll be awesome. And we were like, that's super. And how long ago was that, Alex? 6 years? Hello? Did he leave? Well, he's not currently around. I think we've had our car for 6 years, and it was only supposed to last it. How long have we had our car? Cool, that's what I thought. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go back to work. You do you. If you need me, call me. Anyway, my car looks hideous, like a monstrosity, and it has only been a good car to us, so it doesn't deserve to look like the monstrosity that it does. So my little sister is going to come over on Saturday, and we are going to fix what I've done. She also was involved. It's her fault that it looks like how it does now, too. She helped. But I mean, I sprayed all the rims black, shiny black, so that's cool. But anyway, my car is a mess, and we need a new car, but the car that we bought, this car, was $2,500. We were still in university, and it was only supposed to last us a year. So $6, you got your money's worth. Yeah, 6 years, you got your money's worth, totally. Will you show us the before and after if it comes out good? Okay, yeah, I'll take before pictures. If it comes out good, I'll show you the before and afters. If it comes out bad, then I'll continue hiding it from the world. You know what, though? I might not show anyone until we get a new car. Like even the before and afters. Top job car. It was just this car wouldn't even get chopped. Like if it went somewhere, I know that's not what you said, but if it like, I don't think we could sell it. Genuinely, I don't think there would be anyone to buy our car. And like I said to Alex, like how much could we even sell our car for if we were done? Oh, you finished, good job. I can't sit still this long. Sounds good, Scrappy, have a good rest of your day. Good job filling out all the paperwork. But our car, if we tried to sell it, I don't think that we would get $100 for it. Literally. I think our car is literally, we are the last owners of this one. I don't know how many kilometers it has on it, but like a lot, because it's been to Nova Scotia twice. It's been to New York twice, Washington once. I think that's it. And Ottawa like 30 or 40 times. Toronto, Ottawa, Toronto, Ottawa. So this car definitely has served us very well. It's just now an embarrassing car to drive, essentially. Just now, in a bit of a worried way, wondering if I might have made an error. Love that audio. What is that even from? Because I want to know, because it's so funny. By the way, the Granny Square blanket is really coming along hideously. It's hideously beautiful. Aw, thanks, Quest. Glad you like it. Here, you're welcome in our community. And thanks for joining it. Don't forget to subscribe and like the video if you haven't clicked the like button. I'll just say it 1,000 times. Hopefully we don't get as crappy as amount of downvotes as last time. It seemed like for a bit the dislikers, I don't want to call them haters because they're not, it's just people who don't like this content. But the people who don't like my content, it's like they were here on Wednesday, but they've been gone for a while, so I've been like, ooh, 100% likes, people like me, and then they came back and I was like, oh, never mind. It's fine. So click the like button or the dislike button if this is not what you like. From any country. I am from Canada, Southern Ontario province of Ontario, and I live in the south of that province, which, don't get it twisted, Southern Ontario is still cold in the winter. No worries at all, good job getting those weirdos out of here on the reg. Yeah, definitely. Thank you to the mods for keeping this chat safe and fun and happy for the most part. I mean, sometimes we argue, sometimes we are sad, but for the most part, this is a nice safe space full of nice people. Sorry that you got booted out there, Slinky. Obviously not on purpose. I'm very excited to not have any more of this yellow yarn in my stash. I'm gonna go try and clear out most of my craft room today into boxes because a lot of the stuff in there I'm not gonna need for the next 2 weeks. Oh my god, it's like 16 days away from me no longer living in this house. Can you believe that? We're gonna be living literally somewhere else in 16 days. There might be like 3 days where I don't show up, but I'll give you a heads up for that, like the moving days, because we don't know how the internet is and if we're gonna need to make the internet more robust. I am 29 years old. Right? Yeah. Wow, that's sad. Yes, I'm 29. But anyway, we're going to be moving, and that is exciting and terrifying. It's also exciting. Alex's parents are coming up for a visit this weekend, which is exciting and terrifying in its own way, because that means I have to clean my house enough that people believe that we live a tidy life, which is just not accurate. But I am looking forward to seeing them. We haven't seen them. Well, I haven't seen them in a while because I was away on girls' trip the last time they came up. But they're going to come up and see our house in a state of moving disrepair, which they haven't seen since we initially moved in together the first time 11 years ago, 10 years ago. I think we moved in together in January, I think, officially. Like, I think we moved into our first apartment in January. January 10 years ago, though. Isn't that crazy? I don't even know anybody else that long except for my family and Cassia, my BFF. Been friends for a long time. Anyway, so yeah, my plan today is to pack a bunch of my craft stuff and to also, my plant pots, I have to get them all cleaned out and packed together. Like, I have to wash them all out. So since it's a rainy day today and tomorrow, I think I'm going to put them all out on the lawn in the backyard and just let the water clean them out. And then I'll stack them up and take them back to the thrift store, which is where I bought them. But I bought them for 25 cents and 50 cents, and like the most fancy ones are like $1. And so what my plan is to just transplant all of my plants into my favorite plant pots of all of my plant pots. And then the ones that are not my favorite, those will be redonated. Bada bing, bada boom. Also, for my plan for my plant pots, what was the next thing I was going to tell you? The plan that I have to pack up, my mugs. Oh, for my mugs, I'm going to pack up all of them except for 2 for the next 2 weeks, and Alex and I are going to only drink from the same 2 mugs, and those 2 mugs are going to be 2 mugs that I don't care about, so that we can leave them behind, or so that we can take them with us on the day of the move, so that they're not the important ones. I'm going to pack all the other ones away because it's almost winter, which means all of my Christmas mugs are going to be the ones that I actually use for the next several months anyway. So my plan is to pack a box that's basically like, this is the first box to open, and that one will contain all of the things that we'll want right away. So it'll have like a couple of mugs, our kettle, like our tea, the things that we use regularly. I want to have them packed in a box that it will be easy for us to unpack and immediately put where we want. That's like the idea, my idea. Like, it'll have like kind of like an overnight bag I want to have packed, but also with our first immediate items, like 2 mugs, the tea that I like, and my kettle, so that like even if we showed up at midnight and had nothing unpacked, we can unpack that one box. Obviously that's not going to be like that because we're not moving far and we're moving into a family member's house, so it's not going to be dramatic like that, but I still want to have that first box easy to open, ready to open, easily accessible. And I think I'm also going to give Alex a box today and have him pack up his for fun office, because he has 2 offices, one that is a for fun office and one that is a for work office. And also he has all of his power tools, and those things probably aren't going to be used while we are in transient life, like in the in-between that we're in. I don't think that we'll be using any of the power tools, so I want him to get those packed because they can get like taped, like those boxes can be taped closed, as opposed to my craft stuff. I'm putting it all in, but I'm not taping up the box, just in case I need to access my stuff. If you know what I mean, Jelly Bean. Okay. I'm going to be right back because I have to pee, so hold your horses, everybody. Talk amongst yourselves in the chat, and I will be right back. If you are new, don't forget to like the video and to subscribe, but I'm going to be right back. I'm going to mute the mic so that you don't listen to me while I go to the bathroom, and I will be right back. I'm back. And better than ever, or at least I'm back. Let's not say better than ever without without a guarantee there. You know, something else I have to do today is I need to go through my seeds. Actually, do you guys mind if I take a break from crochet in order to do a little bit of seed stuff? I have some seeds I collected yesterday that I need to put into the correct spot because I have these marigolds that are quite magical. At least I think they're magical. Here, I'll show them to you. Look at how cute they are. Aren't they cute? Anyway, though, they're cute, and I got seeds that I need to put into the correct place. Words are hard. Small pink Cosmo, medium small light pink Cosmo, pink Cleome, purple Cleome, Cosmos, early sensations, blue bachelor's buttons. What are these? No label. Pink bachelor's buttons. Spring poppy, self-seeded, dark red coleus, short orange zinnia, calendula. I feel like I drew on this specific marigold. Like, I think I drew a picture of the marigold. Yes, I did. Let's see. Sunshine yellow, large single marigold, 2 to 3 feet tall. How do you think I did? You think that looks close? Makes sense? Anyway, I have some seeds for it, but I wanted to have enough to share with my mom and also to get through, I don't know, the end of the world, I guess. Because I don't know why you would ever need. You could take one marigold flower worth of seeds and you would have enough forever. I think forever. Ta-da! Pretty. Go for it. Good. Thanks. Okay, I'll start. Anyone know how to find out about a stitch pattern you made up and get it out in the stitch library as a new stitch pattern? The chances that you made up a stitch pattern, I feel like, are pretty low. No offense, I send you peace and love, and I hope you invented a new stitch. But usually when you put your hook in any of the places where it's obvious to put your hook, someone else has probably labeled that stitch as something already. That being said, where is a good stitch library that you could... I mean, you could probably just put it up on Ravelry as a pattern and then see what comes of it. No one's going to be like, liar! They'll just be like, this is called a fisherman's back stitch. I don't know. I'm making up a name, but you know what I mean. Like, I feel like crochet's been around long enough that inventing a new stitch, I mean, I'm not trying to down you at all, Tanya. There's a chance that you did. I just feel like every time that I think I did something, I Google around and then find out that I just discovered something that someone else had also already discovered. So maybe you discovered it, but maybe there's a chance it's already been discovered and has a name, you know? I mean, maybe you discovered it, and in that case, I don't have any way to help you. So really all I am is like a negative Nancy. Sorry. That was not helpful. My answer is not helpful. That's what I got for you. I feel like I saw you say something about a stitch up higher and I didn't reply to it in time and then I forgot about it. And so, sorry also, because I did see that you wrote something about your stitch. And I just didn't reply to it in time and then my brain erased it from my short-term memory because that's healthy. Just getting some of these flower bits off of this marigold here. I feel like you can't see what I'm doing there. Sorry about the mic noises. I want to listen to Across the Universe. I think I might listen to that soundtrack after the live today. Words are flowing out like endless rain. It's just in my head. To the paper cup. So what's everyone else up to today? Tanya's out here inventing new stitches. Laura's here saving some seeds and being a negative Nancy. And also packing for a big move. Anybody else doing anything interesting? Working on any crochet projects? How far are you on your crochet project? If you're not crocheting, what are you making? If you're not making anything and you're just hanging out here, welcome. Nice to see you. You should try making something. It's very fulfilling. Highly recommend. Did I miss any? Oh, my hip just cracked back in. Thank you. Thank you. That took a day, all day yesterday. It was out of place and it just clicked back in. Oh, that makes me very happy. Oh, I was just hanging out while I work. Very good. And Alex, I'm almost done with the back panel of my knitted cable sweater. Well done. Good job. Tanya, I know I've been Googling like mad and asked a few Facebook pages if they can recall a pattern with the stitch I'm using, and they're helping me search too. Awesome. That's good, Tanya. And Sonia, making a pile, marking piles of exams for now. That's like, do you get the secondary stress when you're marking an exam? Like when you're watching someone fail an exam, do you get the anxiety that they probably had while writing the exam? I failed a psychology exam in university, and that was the first test I'd ever like actually failed, I think. Like maybe I got low marks in French in high school, but in university, I think I only ever failed that one exam, and thank my lucky stars that there was no, I'm not American, but you know what I'm saying. Thank God that there was some way to make up for that, because I'd like just passed that class. And I remember I texted an old, I can say it, it's long enough ago. I texted an old boyfriend because I was worried about it. And I was like, not texted, Facebook Messenger, it was old. No, it wasn't even Facebook Messenger, I think it was MSN still, because it was way back then. Anyway, messaged an old boyfriend because we were back and forthing about university, and I was like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I'm pretty sure I failed. And then I remember getting a reply back, even C's get degrees, and I was like, very good. And then I got a D in that class. Sonia, yes, I hate seeing a blank page. You had no ideas at all. You couldn't, there wasn't, you did, way, yeah, that stressed me out. I never left a blank page. I would just BS words. I would just put sentences together. In university, I literally never left pages blank. Like Alex is a software engineer, but when we started dating, he was in, I think math was what he was in at that point. And he was like looking at shifting into nursing. And I remember he would come out of exams when we were dating, and I would be like, how'd it go? And he would be like, I didn't get to the last page. And I'm like, what do you mean you didn't get to the last page? You didn't read the whole thing? And then answer some questions? He starts at the beginning and finishes a question and then moves on to the next question. I literally have never done that in my whole life. I've never done a test from start to finish. That's not how you do tests, or at least that's not how I've ever done tests. It was read through the whole test, find the easiest to answer things that you know for sure, and then work around all the hard questions until you get to the stuff that's hard for you, and then sit on that stuff for longer. But Alex would like work on a problem until he finished it, and I was like, that's not realistic. So he would leave like a whole page at the end of the exam blank, and I was like, did you know how to do it? And he would be like, well, yeah, it's just like it took me too long to get to. And I would be like, but if you understood you should have shown them that part marks are how you get through university, in my humble opinion. Part marks can get you a degree. Not that that really helped me. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, I do highly recommend post-secondary education if you can afford and are able to do it time-wise. I recommend it. That being said, it did not get me any of my jobs. It was more good for my social development than it was good for my job development. Like, I'm pretty sure I would have to go back to school for some type of thing in order to get a real job nowadays. I haven't had a job in 4 years. My little sister and I found the vlog where I quit my job. And it was 4 years ago. Yellow zinnia, that's what I have to look for next. Zinnia, cut and come again, no. Bronze thumbelina zinnia. Medium red zinnia. Purple pumila zinnia. Short white zinnia, short pink zinnia. Dill, mom sage, snapdragons, forget-me-nots. Climbing yellow beans, 2021 peas. Top crop bush bean, climbing yellow beans. Hold on. I saw climbing yellow beans already. Climbing yellow beans. We have two different kinds of climbing yellow beans. We'll have to deal with that later. Okra. Yellow and orange double marigold. No, that's orange and red. Spicy globe basil. Mixed zinnia. So I'll take that out because we're going to do more beans. Mom's painted lady. No. Sorry, I have to find it. I still have bad dreams sometimes that I'm a student and there's a midterm today and I forgot to study for it. Sonia, I literally have this recurring bad dream that I didn't go to a class and it's coming towards the end of the semester and I don't know if I can pass because I didn't go to enough of the classes and I didn't write my project. And it's a recurring thing. So I 100% relate. Red painted lady single marigolds, mom painted ladies marigolds. Are those the same? Probably. Beautiful big lemon yellow double marigold, not that. Double orange marigold. I have a whole container for double orange. There's orange double, so there's another envelope available. Castor bean, yellow with dark spots. Calendula. How many calendula do I have? Light orange tangerine. Yellow variegated. These are nasturtiums now. I have that dream too. It's a very not good dream. There was a bad day during a time where I was super depressed and my attendance was really bad. I got blindsided by 2 exams in a row and I just went home and cried. Sonia, that would stress me out. What does Sonia say? I still have bad dreams sometimes that I'm a student. Yes, same. Silly subconscious. It's so not helpful. I'm not in school and I'll have this dream that I didn't go to class enough and now I don't know where I stand in the class and I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish whatever the final project is on time because I slacked off. Small plants, small flower, single marigold. More calendula. Okay, seriously? How much calendula is in here? I feel like I should put all the calendula in a large envelope. Calendula, calendula, calendula. See, this is why it's so fun to play with your seeds. Mixed nasturtium. Do I have enough nasturtiums for next year? Yeah, I think so. Okay. Cosmos Bright Lights, nasturtium Night and Day. Nasturtium Night and Day? Great for containers and planters. Interesting. Nasturtium Alaskan Dwarf. Yellow ruffled nasturtium, no. Alaskan mix, yellow variegated. Tangerine, marigold, no. Assorted nasturtiums. I graduated 6 months ago. Rue, I graduated 5 years ago, right? Yeah, 6 years ago. 5 years ago, 6 years ago, somewhere. I graduated a long time ago. Green and red coleus, pink and purple morning glory, purple cleome. I need yellow zinnia, white large pumila zinnia, bok choy, mixed annuals. I need to take out mixed annuals because I'm going to need to fill that up. Cow peas, Laura's favorite zinnia, Carrots. There were carrots. I picked a carrot and I threw it because I thought it was a Queen Anne's lace that had gone to seed. I did plant carrots. Dang it. Not a black-eyed Susan, but it looks really similar. Thank you, Laura. Tall pink and orange snapdragons. Yellow zinnia. Gotcha. I'm so organized. My seed collection is so nice. Here, enjoy looking at all my seeds. I missed some of that. Is that a dream you had? Because I have a recurring dream where I completely forget I was enrolled in a class and fail it. That's essentially what it is, except for my sister is also enrolled in the class. My brilliant sister, like I have an older sister who's like very type A, very smart, and very successful, and I am not those things. And we're both enrolled in the class, and obviously she's got her project, whatever it is. And I feel like it's like the equivalent of a university book report, whatever the project is. It's like a movie or a book report, but in university. I'm glad that at almost 30 years old, school haunts me. I haven't been in school in years. Graduated in 1995 and I'm still having those stupid dreams. Great! Super. That makes me feel hopeful, Sonia. Appreciate. That would stress me out alone. Yeah, it stresses me out. It stresses me out and then I wake up and I'm like, that was such a stressful dream that wasn't even helpful, because even when I read into it, which I obviously do, like I read into my dreams hella. I hella read into my own dreams. Does someone know, anybody know this answer? For people who seed save, when you're seed saving zinnias, do you just save the first round of seeds that are attached to petals, or are the rest of those the skinny seeds? I don't have any of my original packs, so I can't check if they had the skinny seeds in them too. Or is it just that initial first round of petals? I am taking the seeds from my yellow zinnia, which my mom has never grown a yellow zinnia. I miss black-eyed Susans and Queen Anne's lace. That grew wild in my grandparents' field. Queen Anne's lace grows wild everywhere here. For those of you that didn't know, Queen Anne's lace is actually a wild carrot. So if you plant your carrots and you let them go to seed, you'll see that the seed head is basically a Queen Anne's lace. It's like the same thing. It's just carrots that you plant for eating are like cultivated varieties that have been bred years over years to have bigger roots, whereas Queen Anne's lace, it doesn't have as much of a root. But if you pick Queen Anne's lace, pull it up from the root if you can manage, and smell it, it's a carrot. You'll smell very carroty vibes. Also, my posture, sorry. I think recurring dreams are my curse. I've also had tornado dreams every so often since the one in Edmonton back in the 80s. Too much angst in my psyche, I guess. Thanks, psyche. Help me out? No. Anxiety? Yes. Drake meme. Dreams. Would you like to provide me answers for the future? No, you just want to remind me about how my past is so awkward? Thanks. But I do read into my dreams, and I like to be like, if I'm having a dream where I'm in competition with my older sister who is always succeeding, and I am not succeeding, perhaps it is that I wish to be the successful one. Perhaps I must study for the proverbial book report that is my life in order to be a successful adult. And then the other side of me is like, I want to dip my hands in paint. So is there a possibility to have both of those things, please? Could you have a nice dream for a change? I literally imagine I have recurring dreams where the roof of my mouth rots away. I have recurring dreams where I lose all my teeth, but it's not a scary dream. It's like I'm pulling my own teeth out, and then in their place, teeth are growing in straight. Like, I don't have straight teeth. I had braces, so like they're not like completely messed up, but I didn't wear my retainer, so they're not perfect at all. And I have dreams where my teeth full on fall out of my face, or I pull them out without pain or blood or anything. I just pull them out, and then straight ones grow back in their spots. And usually when those happen, I'm like, let's read into this. I'm pulling out my own teeth. Probably not a good idea. But straight ones come back in. If I cause myself pain for the short term, in the long term, things may be worth it. You know what I mean? Like I try to, what's it called? The stars, what are they? Not astrologist, astronomy. It's like I do astronomy dreams, you know? Like where I'm like, that bear definitely meant my anxiety about moving. Example. I have one where I'm chewing gum and I go to spit it out and then there's still more gum over and over and over. Thank you, brain. Thank you for teaching me this lesson. To recycle your gum. In my dream, I go to pull out a tooth and a bunch of my gums comes off around it. Gross. Mine comes out clean, and usually there is another tooth right behind it somehow that is straight and white. And I wake up and I'm like, I pulled out all my teeth in my dream. That sounds healthy. That's a good idea to do. Maybe don't do that, Laura. Did I miss something? Anybody? I didn't know recurring dreams were so common. Aren't they frustrating? I find them to be not my favorite. Not my favorite. Except if it's a scary dream, I'd rather have it be a recurring dream because then at least I can wake up from the dream in my dream and run around the dream like a character as opposed to being in the dream in fear. You know what I mean? Like when it's your first time having a scary dream, it's like, that was scary. Why was there a giant, terrible monster thing? Whereas if it's like your third time, you're like, there's a giant, terrible monster thing. I just have to stay out of the way. Or I have to keep running. I know I have to keep running in this dream. Although you don't really like die in your dreams, you know what I mean? So it's always just the fear that you're about to die is the scary dreams. The death thing is coming for you. It never really gets you though, because then the dream would be over. So your brain is just like, we'll just make it almost get you 100 times. How about that? Another common one I have is that it's my sister's wedding and I don't have a dress, so I go to Macy's and I still can't find anything. Yeah, that's honestly stressful, and that's basically what happened at my sister's wedding, except for instead of Macy's, it was the thrift store. But I did find something, so it's not like your dream. It all worked out fine. But that is stressful. Thanks, today has been super productive. Well done, Mary Grace. Alex, I have a recurring dream where I bit in a glass and it shatters in my mouth and then I start to spit it out, and when I wake up, my pillow is full of spit. Lovely. Love that for you. A good spitty pillow. I only get any spit on my pillow if I'm having an amazing sleep. Like an amazing midday nap. That's where we get the drool on the pillow. Am I right? Or am I right? Okay, I think I got all the seeds. Did we get an answer about that zinnia seed question I had? Okay, so this is my yellow zinnias. All dried and seeds have been collected and now they are safe for next year and beyond. Did I miss any fun recurring dreams? No, good, I'm up to date. Okay, so this one needs a new envelope, and I'm going to put all of the calendula into its own, oh, excuse me, envelope. You empty? No, you have a small red zinnia. So let's put these small red zinnia. Did I write that down yet anywhere? When I was little, I used to literally be able to wake myself up from nightmares by holding open my eyelids in my sleep. That's dark. Children are so weird. It's like when people have like 3-year-olds that remember a past life, and I'm like I don't not believe in past lives, but I don't believe in past lives. You know what I mean? Like I haven't thought about it hard enough to actually believe or not believe either way. But when I think about like a little kid being like, I used to live there back before you were my mommy, like these, I read these things and I'm just like, that just seems very weird to say, but kids also say the darndest things, and that's a fact. So maybe they're just saying the darndest things, but I love the idea that past lives are a thing. Because then I love the idea that you could find your love multiple times. Oh, that sounds so nice. Doesn't that seem nice? And each time you're supposed to learn a new lesson in your life until you learn all the lessons, and then nirvana, which I don't really understand what that means. Do you just go into the universe? Like, where do you go? It looks like you're just saving the big fat part of the zinnia. Okay, yeah, well, most people just save the whole, like, the whole cone head of the zinnia, but I don't want to save that much, like, plant matter. I just want to save just the seeds. So instead of saving that whole round part, I've taken the seeds out of that round part. But there's different sized seeds, and they make me think that there's different, like, it's not going to germinate because it's not the right type or size or whatever. Also, seeds are straight up magic. It's like a small piece of paper made of plant that holds all of the information to make a whole flower, again, in 7 years. Like, you can save seeds for, like, periods of time that are long and still grow the plant. And, like, I saved all my seeds according to the color of the flower. Like, this is small red zinnia. And the idea that next year I could, like, grow a rainbow in order, like, if they, I guess they probably cross-pollinated. They definitely cross-pollinated, but that's neither here nor there. Even if they didn't cross-pollinate, I could plant a rainbow intentionally, you know what I mean? Like, I could plant my red zinnia, and then a yellow zinnia, and then an orange zinnia, and all the way. And now there's even green zinnias. I could do the whole thing. I don't think there's blue ones, but purple. I could do everything but blue. And then I could just do bachelor's buttons in the blue spot. Zone, I was going to say. I think I watched Aladdin as a kid and my subconscious went and ran with it. I did have a fun recurring dream where I'd help a medieval Persian princess do some sort of heist. I had a dream recently where I helped a Russian princess with 7 seasons of a show that was also real life. That was the dream. I was on a show that was also real life, but it wasn't a reality show. It was just both, because your brain somehow allows things to be 2 things simultaneously without it needing to make sense, you know, like when you're in your school, but it's also a cemetery, you know what I'm saying? It was like that. I was in a show, but also real life. And this Russian princess was my co-conspirator for this 7-season show, and somehow in one night I got through 7 seasons of a show that doesn't exist, that my brain made up on the spot. Love that. Find that so interesting. Dreams are so weird. And sometimes they're so weird, but, like, it's really easy to see a metaphor, and you're like, oh, like, that, it's gotta mean something, like, that my subconscious is trying to tell me something, or that my subconscious is working through something. It's gotta, because it makes really good metaphoric allegory sort of sense, you know what I mean? My recurring dream, Deanne says, is that I have to go to the bathroom really bad, but can't find a bathroom anywhere, and where I do find one where the toilet is, it's a public space with tons of people around. Not great. That's not a great recurring dream. That doesn't sound like a ton of fun. That sounds like stress. Just like stress. Stress with a hint of embarrassment, like when you forget that you were having a test, or when you find out that you didn't go to a class the whole semester and you're gonna fail it. You're gonna have to fail in a dream. You're gonna, in a dream, have to fail it. Okay, so this is calendula, this is calendula, and this is calendula. So this has nothing in it. So this is gonna be calendula now, because we have enough calendula. I have dreams like that, Deanne, not my favorite. Yeah, not ideal. Calendula. Is my calendula organized in any way? No, just calendula. I always wake up and have to pee. What the heck does it mean? It could just mean that you have to pee. But it could mean that you're worried about what others will think, even in the things that are innate to you as a person. It's something that makes you think people will judge you, you know, like bodily functions. It's not something you could change about yourself. Maybe something that you're unable to change about yourself is something that you're brain is subconsciously fighting with because it knows it is somehow separating you from the greater community. You know what I mean? Like, your brain is a crazy place. Not yours specifically, just like the brain. Like, if you want to tell me your dreams, I can tell you what they mean, and it doesn't have to be right. It can just be what I can find a metaphor. I can dissect your dream, even though it could just be that you had to pee. You know what I mean? Calendula. These are all labeled, of course, in frickin' pen. All right, so this is small red zinnia thumbelina. Not very many of that one. I usually wake myself up and go to the bathroom. Am I wondering in old age if I might not make it in time? Right? Your body is like getting you prepared for the day when you're gonna just not make it.
One more tea?
I would actually, yes please. But would you mind making me a chamomile tea or not a caffeinated one?
Okay.
Mint tea or chamomile?
Sure.
Thank you, darling. Okay, and what would you call this marigold? I don't know the name for it, but look at how pretty it is. It's like red and orange. I want to call it like orange laced. Orange laced red painted double marigold. What do you think? Orange laced red painted. I need a name for it. Because it definitely has a name because I got it from somewhere, but I don't know the name. So it is a double marigold, 2021, and it's a double. It's about 2.5 feet tall. Red ruffled. Ooh, I like that. Orange lace, red ruffled. Would it be red ruffled, orange laced? Laced is like the outer thing. You know what I mean? Like the outline would be a laced. Red ruffled, orange ruffled, red ruffled, orange laced, double marigold. Let's see, one more time. What do you think? Red ruffled, orange laced. Do you see how the inner part of each of the petals are red? The outer part of most of the petals are orange. And they kind of have these painted petals. I like red, ruffled, orange, laced. I just need descriptive words so that I know what the flower looks like. It doesn't have to necessarily be a perfect description. It's just so that later in the winter when I'm drawing out my seed packets, I want to be able to know what the flower looked like when I'm drawing it, and I'm going to do that by the description that I leave for myself. So thank you, red ruffled, I like it. Thank you, Sonia. I feel when I'm doing this seed saving, once I've taken it inside, I feel guilty not using every seed. Like if I'm outside and I'm saving the seeds, I'll just like grab what I can from each seed thing and take the seeds and call it a day. But when I'm inside doing it, I feel like guilty if I leave any seeds behind in the seed pod because I'm like, the only reason you're inside is because of me. I must save all of you for next year. I'm going to be throwing a lot of marigold seeds in the early spring. Hi there, Mary Grace. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's a nice compliment. I'm sure you look lovely today, too. I just can't see you. I showered, which is, like, super recommended if you want to feel better about your general physical appearance. Highly recommend trying a shower. It's like, sometimes it's hard to do. Also, I brushed my teeth with a new toothpaste this morning, and I felt good about it. You know, like opening a new toothpaste? It's a good vibe. Did that this morning. Felt good about that too. I heard Alex put together a box also, so I think that he's packing, which is exciting because that means we're really moving. I think I'll pack the linen closet today. You know, like all of the blankets that I'm unwilling to get rid of. I will pack those. It's always nice, agreed. I know there are tons of different types of marigolds. I wouldn't know the names, but I wouldn't know the names for sure, but I love them. They're great for mosquitoes. That's what they say, and yet this has been the last, like, week. I mean, we had a lot of rain, and then it's fall, but the number of mosquitoes that are in our yard right now, like, I can't even go outside to hang out with the chickens for more than, like, a few minutes at a time because there are so many mosquitoes, and you'll see on my final garden tour, I'm going to film one because the marigolds are just bananas. There's so many marigolds in my backyard. You would think that we would have no mosquitoes ever. Just there's so many marigolds. And I think we said 14 different kinds we have this year that we planted. Because Candace, you guys see her in the chat a lot, Candace Matatal. She's here all the time, and she lives actually pretty close to me. And she brought me her whole seed catalog because she wasn't planting at that time. And so I planted all of her seeds. Literally, like, she probably gave me, I don't know, I'm going to say like 200 different kinds of seeds. And she said, I don't know how old some of them are. Some of them are pretty old. And I looked on the seed packets, and a lot of them were dated a while ago, like 2009, right? So in my head, I was like, okay, that's got to be, that one won't even germinate. So I'll just throw it into the dirt and see what happens. And a lot of the varieties of things germinated and became flowers in my garden. So one of them is the black-eyed Susan that's not a black-eyed Susan that I still haven't looked for the name for. Another one is a type of clover and a type of poppy, and she also gave a whole bunch of kinds of marigolds, but I didn't look at any of them. I just threw the seeds, and the remaining varieties were all my mom's varieties that my mom grows every year. Allegedly, they're good to deter mosquitoes, Jessica. That's what they say, but I mean, it's like they say that basil helps your tomatoes grow, but is it really just that when you're picking tomatoes, like, you're gonna want to pick some basil too, so it's nice to have them close together? I don't know. I mean, the mosquitoes that are here right now are just crazy. There are so many mosquitoes. Alex and I are both covered in mosquito bites, and every day we get more mosquito bites. Just going outside for a few minutes. All summer, no problem. But now, in this fall time, big problem. Try making a lemongrass spray. I didn't grow lemongrass this year. I multiple times saw it at the garden center, and I was just like, meh, I don't care about it. And then my friend gave me a lemongrass smudging sage thing, and I like how it smells, so I wish I would have grown it. There's my story. The end. What other... I feel like I had other seeds to do. Mixed zinnia. No. Calendula, okay. So now I have a huge envelope of calendula. So that'll be good. And I will still collect more because I am always gonna want them. Mixed marigolds. There we go. I have a mixed marigolds. Morning glories. I have so many morning glory seeds if you guys need morning glory. I feel like I have multiple envelopes for morning glories though. Please bear with me while I sort through my... Okay, so mixed annuals. We're gonna orange double marigold. Those are big. Umbrella Corp Marigold, and Mixed Marigold. So mixed annuals and mixed marigolds, those need to stay out because I'm going to keep adding to them. They're a natural way to keep them at bay. I mean, I'll try it next year. Tall plant, this is Umbrella Corp. Single tall plant yellow and red marigold. Umbrella Corp. So that can go into this big envelope. I don't have enough envelopes is what I've figured out. I ordered 100 envelopes of these paper ones and I used all of them. So I have over 100 varieties of flowers. Scarlet red runner beans, short orange zinnia, dark red coleus, spring poppy, bachelor's buttons, purple, pink, and blue bachelor buttons. Right, what is this? I gotta go. Boyfriend needs my help with something and I gotta get some cleaning done. Sounds good. Oh, have a good rest of your day and we'll see you next time. Oh, this is cactus zinnias. I felt meh about these. Probably won't save those seeds from my plants. Early Sensations dark pink, tall white snapdragon, light pink cosmos, medium fuchsia pumila zinnia, small pink cosmo. Did I see that? Dark pink, pink cleome, hibiscus tronium. I feel like I have more seeds for that. Amaranth, Love Lies Bleeding. Yep. Tall bronze snapdragon, not a black-eyed Susan, but looks like one. Very good. Carrots, zinnia, bok choy, cowpeas, white large pumila zinnia from the RBG. Very good. Thank you, Laura. Purple cleome, pink and purple morning glory. I knew I had to. Green and red coleus, Alex's favorite. Assorted nasturtiums. I should keep them separate. Tangerine nasturtiums, Alaskan mixed nasturtiums, yellow ruffled nasturtiums, Alaskan dwarf mixed nasturtiums, night and day nasturtiums, bright lights cosmos, small soft poppy, 2021 mixed nasturtiums. I see 2 mixed nasturtiums, mixed nasturtium and assorted nasturtium. Easy to reseed, 3-foot purple flowers, single stalk plant, yellow zinnia, red Thumbelina zinnia, double marigold. Okay, let's go through these ones. What's in here? More calendula, woman. I love the smell of lemongrass too. I didn't think I would. Cool. Got a work meeting in a few. Have a great weekend, everyone. You too, Rue. Have a great rest of your weekend. Deb, Cajaput essential oil is good to dab on mosquito bites. I live in Fladia and can't function without it. Oh, another morning glory. Did I already? There's morning glories. Small purple zinnia, big purple zinnia, big yellow zinnia. Oh no, which one was this? I have small yellow zinnia and big yellow zinnia, but I think I'm just gonna put 2 yellow zinnias together. Thanks, honey.
You're welcome.
Small plant, small flower, single marigold, mixed calendula. Oh my god, woman. Pink nasturtium, green leaf, highlighter salmon nasturtium, orange nasturtium, yellow variegated nasturtium, light orange tangerine orange, yellow with dark spots, single marigold, castor bean. Did I already take out that? Castor bean. Cosmos bright lights. Oh, I had a bright lights out here. I have doubles. That means I'll have more more envelopes, you guys. It's awesome. I know you're just as excited as I am. It's very exciting. I saw a Cosmos in here. Early Sensations or something. Scarlet red runner bean. I think I only have one of them. Coleus. Just hold on, we're going home. Baran. Cool, I'm up to date. By the way, if you have not yet liked the video, what are you doing? Don't forget to like the video, please. light pink cosmos, medium, small fuchsia, small pink cosmos. I know that I saw, not a black eyed Zeus. I know I saw another cosmos bright lights here. Yes, cosmos bright lights. I'm kind of glad I've got some doubles. That means I can put the envelopes together. Big, huge, bright yellow double marigold. Mom's Painted Ladies. Beautiful, big lemon yellow double marigold. Bright, big, huge, bright yellow marigold. Big, huge, big lemon yellow. Lemon yellow and bright yellow. Laura, what are you doing? Cosmos Early Sensation. I know I saw another one of those in here. Early Sensation. Not light pink. We're looking for the Early Sensations. It's like one of those games where you have to match the two cards, you know? Nasturtium, 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 small plant, small flower, purple zinnia. Okay, large marigold, got that one. Cut and come again zinnia, bronze thumbelina, got it. Royal Botanical Gardens marigolds, medium red zinnia, purple pumula zinnia, short white zinnia, short pink zinnia, dill, mom's sage, short snapdragons, forget-me-nots, peas, bush beans, okra, yellow and orange double marigold, spicy clove basil, Thai basil, beans, beans, radishes, beans, and Mom's Painted Lady. Okay, cool. Now we can combine. We can combine double orange marigold. I have a large container of orange double marigold because everybody likes an orange double marigold. I like it. I think they're just beautiful. Okay, so now we've got an empty envelope, which I'm going to erase. What was in it? I need more envelopes for seed saving. You guys contact me if you want some seeds, because I've got hella seeds. I don't know what I'm allowed to send you, but whatever I'm allowed to send you, I would happily send. Okay, Morning Glories. And Morning Glories. I saved so many Morning Glory seeds because they make so many seeds. I am imagining a large flower bed with all those gorgeosities blooming side by side. Sonia, that's basically what we've got in the backyard, is a lot of gloriousness currently. I feel like a lot of the red zinnias are coming into their own right now. They're like growing more than they did all summer, and I also spaced my plants in a way that I succession planted, like I scattered seeds often because I was worried that we wouldn't have enough flowers for our wedding. So I just kept scattering seeds every week or two, and so now we have flowers that are just starting now that have been that have other ones dying, like the other version. Mixed marigolds. Okay, we'll hold on to you. Mixed annuals, we'll go with you. Single tall plant we already took out. What's going on in there? Cosmos Early Sensation. Cosmos Early Sensation. Dark pink. This is specified. I should probably keep those separate because this is just Early Sensation. This is Early Sensation Dark Pink. Okay. But yeah, there are quite a lot. More calendula? Laura. I love that you saved this much calendula. Thank you. You did a good job. Like, who needs this much calendula? No one, ever, but maybe. Having this much calendula seed, look at how many seeds I have. That's all calendula seeds. which is great because that means next year I can spread them in public waste spaces without having to worry about my seed stash being depleted. Mixed annuals, mixed zinnias, and mixed marigolds. Could they all go together? No. The mixed zinnias, I want them to be their own thing for just scattering. Climbing yellow beans and climbing yellow beans. Let's see if they are the same climbing yellow beans. These ones are white seeds. If these ones are black seeds, they're a different kind. These ones are a mix of white and black. So we're going to mix you together because they're both climbing varieties. And then I have an extra envelope, which is great because 100 varieties of flowers? Are you kidding me? That's amazing. I'm so happy about that. Would you want some black hosta seeds? Yes, black hosta. A black hosta? What's a black hosta? I'm gonna Google that actually right now because I know what a hosta is. I love hostas, but I've never seen a black hosta. And Amanda, yes, also good morning. Let me Google black hosta. Are you sure you don't mean black hollyhock? Black hosta. Oh, it's a real thing? There's etched glass. Okay, let's see. On Google instead of Pinterest. Black hosta plant. Oh wow, that's like dark green. Yes, I would love. Is there a black hosta? A hybrid of Hosta ventricosa, lakeside black satin hosta, is also called so because of its smooth black-green foliage that has a satin-like sheen. Love that. My grandma has them in abundance, or hollyhock maybe? Hollyhock is a black flower. Hosta is green leaves, a bunch of leaves. Hostas aren't really for the flowers. So if it's a flower, it might be something different. Yellow zinnia and yellow zinnia. Great. 2 different sizes. Calendula, already empty? Yes. But if it's black, you know I'm bad with plants. Yes, a flower. The tall flower with black flowers on it, I would love seeds for your black hollyhocks. What you should do, because we should do a trade, because I think that would be fun if you're interested. Amanda, ask your grandma if she's still gardening. Ask her if she has any zinnia varieties zinnia colors that she would like. Because if she's got hollyhocks, she probably has other annuals, I would imagine, in her garden. Hollyhock is a 2-year, a biannual. It's not a perennial, it's like a biannual. A reseeder that flowers on its 2nd year. Okay, good. I have a bunch of envelopes now. But anyway, yes, I would love, love, love seeds. If any of you ever want to send seeds for any plant, I don't think there's anything that would be illegal for you to send seeds to me for, because I'm in Canada, so everything is legal. I mean, I think that if you send poppy seeds with the intention of making opium from them, then it's illegal, but I don't have that intention. I'll make a note and ask when I call her tonight. Thank you. That's very sweet of you, Amanda. Yeah, make a note, ask if she's has any zinnia flower colors that she wants, because I think I have every color that is not all of the trendy ones from Baker Creek Seeds. I only have like a bunch of individual colors. Next year, I'm gonna have more colors, but this year I have quite a lot of colors, and all of my mom's like old heirloom many year varieties. Hibiscus, oh, I could send this one to you. A lot of people like this. They take it from my mom's house, the seeds. An annual plant native to the tropics and subtropics, it has spread as a cultivated garden plant until it naturalized as a weed in North America. It was brought to North America as a garden plant. 20 to 50 centimeters tall, Hibiscus trionium, bladder hibiscus, flower of an hour, or Venice mallow. I really like it. But it's like a weed at my mom's house, and I took seeds from it last year and then planted them this year, and a plant grew. So that was happy. I think that's it for my seed saving. Oh no, I have another envelope that's not yet been No. That's just calendula again? More calendula. Jeez Louise. That's a lot of calendula. Is that just calendula though? Are there any other things in here? Nope, that's just calendula. I have, if I can ignore it and it lives, it sounds good. Well, hostas are like that. You ignore it and they live. You don't have to water them. The world just takes care of them. I can't even close this envelope without giving it a good shake. There. That's all calendula. If you need calendula, I'll be your calendula dealer. Oh, also look at a stamp that I made yesterday. Isn't it cute? It's a stamp that I made. I would love to have a flower garden of all edibles. Well, zinnias are edible, marigolds are edible, calendula are edible, chamomile is edible, cosmos, let's find out together if cosmos are edible. Are cosmos flowers edible? Cosmos are the yellow-orange flowers, and they are edible. Cosmos sulphureus are the pink, purple, and red and white flowers, and they are not edible. Okay, so the orange ones that are bright lights, Cosmos bright lights, those ones are edible. Cosmos early sensations, not edible. So, grow your cosmos. I've added all of my edible plants to, sorry, I was thinking if I added any of the pink cosmos. I didn't. I've added all of my edible plants to tea. Like I've dried them so that I can't show. I can. I didn't do up the box. Sorry, I was going to be like, it's in a box, but I can show it to you because I put it in a box at the top of the box because it's not a heavy thing. So I saved a lot of the calendula flowers because they are usable for things. I saved orange. No, sorry, this is mixed orange and yellow. And then I also saved separated and dried orange and yellow. They're all calendula, but I have them orange and yellow separated. They smell really good. And then I added with my mint, dried chamomile, I added calendula flowers, zinnia, cosmos. You can just see it just adds a little jazziness to the tea. I wish you could smell this as soon as you open it. It's like so fragrant. To me, it smells like honey now because the honey that I made from the chamomile was so strong that now I smell chamomile and I think honey, even though they're not really the same flavor. I still really like it. And it's a very large flower bed, by the way, Sonia. It's actually 3 large flower beds, and they're also vegetable gardens. So one bed is about 40 feet by 15 feet, but it's weirdly shaped, so it's not really like a square that big. And it's got 5 5 butternut squash plants growing over into the farmer's field. And then other than that, it's got just flowers everywhere, tons of flowers. And then there's 4 big tomato plants that I have to actually rip out because now they're dead. There's a couple of hidden jalapeno plants in there too, but I didn't plant those. They just showed up. And a bunch of marigolds also just showed up. But I probably threw the seeds when Alex was rototilling or something. But like the space has fully filled. And then our other garden, we have 3, and then our front garden, like 3 beds in the backyard and a front garden. And also an herb garden, and also a violet garden. So I went around the lawn because in the spring we have violets grow here, wild violets, which are edible flowers as well. I can actually show you because I was looking through my photos and saw a picture of it, and I actually, I didn't screenshot it. I was looking at it and going like, wow, those are really pretty. I didn't screenshot my own thing. Oh well, anyway, we have wild violets here. What did you do with your butternut? It's sitting in the other room still. All of it. I haven't done anything with it. That's not true. When the landlord and the real estate agent came by to take photos, I gave each of them 2. When the water delivery guy came, I gave him 2 of them. When we had a plumber come by, I gave him 2 of them. Pretty much anyone who comes to our house for any reason, I also have been giving a butternut squash when they leave, if they want one. I also gave the landlord some of our preserves because she's nice and she was in my house and I can't help it. Do you get many new plants from cross-pollinating? Honestly, Slinky, this is my first real year growing flowers, so I'm gonna have to let you know when I make the baby flowers. We're gonna have to label them. You really are gonna have to emphasize to me next spring when I'm planting my seeds to label them so that we can see if they actually come out true to form or if they're going to come out as mixes from, like I pulled a yellow zinnia and then I pulled all the seeds out of that yellow zinnia. Are the babies of that yellow zinnia all going to be yellow, or are some of them going to have cross-pollinated with pink and therefore make some kind of a yellowy pink or an orange pink? Like I have some zinnias that are muted colors, but I have some zinnias that are faded colors from, like I have one that fades from orange to purple. So the outside of all the petals are orange, but the inside is purple. So I don't know if that was a color or if that was one of my mom's varieties that bled together, an orange one and a purple one. But orange and purple don't seem like colors that would naturally come together. It doesn't look like a natural mix. When you look at this flower, it's like, why would that orange flower turn purple towards the middle? It just doesn't look like something that would have happened on its own. So maybe it's a variety or maybe it's a mix. I don't know yet. I'm gonna take a break from breeding. I'm gonna post my progress. Probably you meant braiding, because we don't want the progress on your breeding. I'm just joking, V. On your braiding. Yes, I would like to see your braids. But yeah, I don't know. We're going to have to see next year because I saved all of the seeds and I labeled the seeds properly with only like seeds. So we'll see if my seed labeling mattered. And if it didn't, then we'll know for next year to just save the zinnia seeds as seeds. But I don't know. I think it probably will make for some pretty cool mixes if there are mixes, because I've had quite a few different colors this year, so there's a possibility that next year we'll have even more colors just from mixing different colors together. Our daffodils used to cross-pollinate and make crazy daffodil balls of essentially like all the outside petals, no cone in the middle. That's weird. That's neat. None of the weird, the daffodil middle part, it was just the outside. That's interesting. There are some daffodils here. I'm gonna leave them though because they were already here when we got here. I didn't plant them. I am taking a couple root like cuttings. I don't know how to call it, separations from the irises that were here when we moved here and from the hostas, because I really like them and because they need to be separated anyway, so I will separate them. Do you hear my rooster? Oh, actually, speaking of which, I have to reply to that person, if you don't mind. Oh, I have mosquito bites on my neck. Just let me know when it would be convenient. 35 hens and many ducks. I'd love to give them a home at our farm, but let me know when it would be convenient for us to come pick up. Okay, 1 second. Sorry, I can't think at the same time. There. The daffodils that live here, though, are only just the regular old yellow ones. Nothing too fancy. But the hostas here, there's a bunch of varieties. There's the really big leafed ones, which I really like. And my mom has them, and so does my grandpa, but at the same time, I will just want to take some because they're very lovely and healthy and old, and I'll just plant them in my mom's hosta garden because she has a whole garden plot for just hostas, so I'll just sneak a couple in and she won't even notice. Or at least that's what I hope. She also said my dad would rototill me a garden on their farm so that I can put all of my perennials somewhere that I like. She said she'll just make me like a 60 by 20 plot so that I can plant my perennials in it, because I dug up all of the perennials that I planted, or at least I dug up parts of them. Like I didn't dig up all of it, but I would dig up parts of it so that I have at least a piece of the perennials that we planted, and I'm going to bring them to my mom's to put in a garden. It's almost garlic planting time here too, so my mom is going to be, my dad will be rototilling the garden plot for the garlic. Your mom sounds so sweet. She is. She's very sweet. She is very big on baking, and she's very big on plants, like outdoor plants. Her house plants are very healthy and they do very well, but she doesn't really care for them. She cares for them, obviously, because they're all very healthy, but like she somehow manages to not, like I am obsessed with all of my houseplants. Hers, it's like she's had the same houseplants for 15 years and they're all 15 years old. Like she doesn't get new houseplants, you know? Like this aloe plant was from her classroom when she was a teacher and she retired like 5 years ago. And before that she had this in her classroom 15 years. So this is a 20-year-old aloe group of plants. She just keeps her plants alive very well. And she knows how much my heart had to really struggle to leave this farm and to make plans to not live here. So her way of helping me cope is, well, you don't have to get rid of your chickens, really, and you don't have to get rid of your plants, really. You just have to move them for a little while, and I'll watch over them, and then you can have them back. So I love that. Because I have an awful lot of really nice perennials. Like I have these beautiful daisies that I pulled out of the ground last week and put them into planters just to bring over to her house. So there's like barely even any dirt in the plant pot. It's mostly just whatever dirt was around the roots. And they just started throwing out blooms yesterday. There's new flowers on it. This beautiful variety of, I think it's a Shasta daisy, but it's purple. The daisies are purple and they look like, you know when you buy roses that are like blue, you know it's not a naturally blue rose. It was a white rose and they dyed it blue. It looks like that. It looks like a white flower that was given purple dye to drink. It's like a beautiful Barney the dinosaur purple daisy. Very neat. That's really nice. Yeah, it is really nice. Very sweet, very thoughtful. And I appreciate my dad's hard labor because he's going to have to put the tractor together to rototill me a plot. Which is awesome. But you should see this farm my parents have. It's pretty magical. They've done so much with it since they moved there. It's been like 4 years that they've lived on this farm, and it's night and day to when they got it. Good grief, that's an old plant. Sounds like my grandma. Amazing green thumb. Right? To the point that now I have to I replanted the aloe last year, and I was so scared to repot it because I didn't want to kill it. And when I pulled it out of the ground, the root was so big, the plant was so tall, and I was like, Mom, I don't know what to do to repot it in a plant pot that it'll fit in without getting a weirdly tall plant pot. She said, just cut off the bottom, cut off all the roots, it'll grow new roots. And I was like, you can't, it's so old, I can't just do that. And then I did, And it all turned out fine. Like, those aloes look really healthy, and they're big. I don't know, like, what she's done to them in 15 years, but she hasn't replaced them. A farm tour. I don't know. I guess. I mean, it's a public place. Like, my parents' farm is, they do pick your own and stuff, so I guess I could do a farm tour. It wouldn't be, like, invasive. Be free advertising, I guess. Love that chamomile tea. Yeah, maybe I will do a farm tour, although it's not like the best time of year for it. I'm a first-time plant mom, Libo says. I love the way your background looks with all the plants. So 3 weeks ago, I got my first 2 plants. That's awesome. What did you get, Libo? Do you know what kind of plants you got? I want to go to Lowe's this weekend, even though I don't need any more plants. They're having a clearance event. There was a sign that said it started today. I said to my little sister, would you like to go to Lowe's with me and look at plants that I'm not going to buy? I don't need them. I don't need to buy plants. But also, I like looking at them. Do you know Lowe's is considered essential? I was surprised by that. I had my vaccine, proof of vaccine ready, and Lowe's is an essential business. Purple daisies are beautiful. I wish I got some this year. None germinated for me. Well, mine, I didn't do seeds. I bought a plant. So it was when Canadian Tire was clearing out their stuff. So in like July, I got it for like, I think like 75 cents or something. I posted on Discord under live stream. Oh, let's have a look. Oh, so fun. Oh, those look so cute. Oh, I like the green. That's fun. That looks like fun. Oh, and then you gave yourself bangalones. That's what I call bangs when I'm being a sassy little sassy lady. I like it though, V. I think the one is called a monstera. Ooh, the second one is green with hints of yellow. I forgot the name. Apothos. Apothos Epipernum aureum, if you're being fancy. But pothos, golden pothos, and monstera. Did you get a monstera deliciosa with big leaves? Or did you get a monstera adansonii with little... Where is my monstera adansonii? Do I not have it anymore? I feel like I haven't seen that thing. Where did it go? Huh. It's weird. I don't know where that plant is. Anyway, Monstera adansonii is the one with the holes in the leaves. Or did you get I don't know, a mini monstera, which is technically called a Rhaphidophora tetrasperma, and it's not actually part of the monstera family, but it is an aroid. Love me a good houseplant. My Monstera deliciosa is like meh. It's not doing great. It's living in the plant pot with my bird of paradise back here. The Monstera is small-ish. Does it have a long stem with a pretty good-sized leaf on the end? Like science. My words are very good. Can you tell? I have high quality words. Oh, by the way, don't forget to like the video. If you didn't like the video yet today, click the like button. Go ahead, do it right now. I'll wait. Don't forget to click the like. I'll wait for you to click it. You go ahead, just click on that button, the like button, the one that looks like a thumbs up. Click on that one, don't forget. Pretty please, thank you. Quick question to all the plant people. What is your dream plant? I think my dream plant is I don't have a dream individual plant. I just want the plants that I have but bigger. Like I love when I see those at like a mall or whatever, like a huge, like a palm-sized leaf. Okay, so Monstera deliciosa. When you see those like huge planters full of snake plants, or like a huge planter full of bird of paradise, and they're like, it looks like a tree. So it's not necessarily a plant, it's the space to have a big plant. You know what I mean? Like my plants, like my snake plant bundle is here and it's a 10-inch pot, but I would love someday to have something that like you couldn't even move. It's just a huge plant that just lives in your house. I just want the room to have a gigantic plant. I guess the money also to buy a gigantic plant, because to grow out a gigantic plant would take a long time. Wow, that was a good nap. Welcome back, Frida. Glad you had a good nap. I love elephant ears, but I want the giant ones. The other is a vine with gorgeous yellow flowers, but I have no idea the name of it. A vine with gorgeous yellow flowers. Don't know that one, but an elephant ear, I have those outside, but they don't grow inside well. They're like a seasonal plant, so the bulb goes dormant annually. So like they're fun, but then you have like a pot with just dirt in it for 4 months, and then it comes back again the following year. Like if you keep it as an indoor plant, I mean. As an outdoor plant, people put them outside in the spring, the bulbs, and then they take them back in the winter. Here anyway, because our weather is Canadian. Elephant ears are beautiful. I do like my Alocasia Polly. I wish that I was better at taking care of it. It lived outside so happily all summer. Looks great. 100-year plant TikTok is amazing. What's a 100-year plant? I have a mosquito bite back here, so if you see me consistently itching, it's because I have a mosquito bite on my shoulder. I also have one on my neck over here. Let's see, 100. Is it just any plant that's 100 years old, or is it a specific plant? 100-year plant. Oh, you mean like literally like one of those ones that is from the Jurassic era. Wow, the century plant bloom looks like an asparagus. Pretty. Those 100-year plants, I don't feel like I could mother one of those well. I don't do well with all of the like succulent dry weather things because I am an overwaterer. The flowers are the size of my hand. Oh, cool. My hands are small. Interesting. Vine with yellow flowers sounds like Magical Tanya. Oh, I thought that was the name, and I was like, imagine if it was the Magical Tanya. Your name is Tanya. Wow, Laura. Read the words and then interpret them. Science is a hard language. A vine with yellow flowers does sound magical, though. I love flowers outside, and I don't care for them at all inside, which is strange. People have them, and I don't know what they are, and when they shoot up out of nowhere, people are like, what the heck is this? The 100-year-old plant? Oh, the flower? Hold on. We have a plant that is called... Nope, I don't know the name. I actually got my small elephant ears to bloom a few years ago. Wow, that's pretty cool. I have to pull the elephant ear bulbs out soon. They just haven't died back, and I don't know if I'm supposed to pull them out before they die back, or if I'm supposed to wait for the weather to kill them and then pull the bulbs out, so I have to Google that. But the elephant ear, the big green ones that I have, they didn't get to full size because I didn't plant them until like July, but I'm going to plant them next year and they're going to get big wherever I plant them. I guess I'm going to have like a box to take with us just of like bulbs and stuff. I was telling my family member the other day, I called to just chat about the move, and I was saying, I just want you to know, I have a box packed, a full box of just rocks. And they were like, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, cool, just double checking. Chocolate now, very good. On one of your vlogs, you picked some moss, I think that's what it's called, from the woods. What happened to the moss? The moss lives in my terrarium. If you see right here, there's two things that happen to moss if I pick it. It either goes into a backyard space that's in the dark, so like I have an area where my hostas grow, and I've put a lot of that moss there. Correct word, by the way, moss. And the other thing I do is I put them in terrariums. I have one other thing where I have moss, and it's essentially like a bowl of water, like a fish bowl. It's a round globy thing. It's a little terrarium, but it's full of water, and it has 4 snails that live in it, and some duckweed, and it lives in my bathroom, so there's some moss in there too. But yeah, moss is usually, it's only inside for a little while. Moss doesn't stay inside if I pick it from outside because it doesn't really like living inside. It'll live in a terrarium happily forever, but if you have it in open air, it would prefer to just live outside. So usually I'll just put it in the backyard if it starts to look like it's dying. And then it greens up again. Thank you for reminding me though, I have to pick up a specific kind of moss at my parents' house. I noticed that this beautiful carpet moss that I really like was present in the cracks by the front of their house, and I made a mental note to not forget to take it, and then I forgot it, and I want to put it in my terrarium before we move. Welcome back, Rue. I have to go to the forest before we leave too, to pick some acorns up. I need acorns. Oh, by the way, if any of you are people who have seeds for plants, flowers, annual flowers specifically, and you would like to spread the wealth of those seeds, my Happy Mail address is in the description down below, and I would love for you to send me seeds. And if you send me seeds, I will send you something back. So there's a good transaction. If you send seeds to me at my Happy Mail address, I'll send you something back. It'll probably be something that I made with a stamp because I'm pretty obsessed with making stamps right now, and I have a lot of ideas. So there's that. It's 1:30 already. I gotta go, you guys. Am I at the end of a row yet? Let me finish this round so I can show you what this thing looks like. And while I finish up, I will do my advertisements. A word from our sponsors. If you would like to support the channel and would like to help the channel to continue growing, join my Patreon. Become a patron. The link is in the description. It's $2 per month, and for $2 a month you get access to our group Discord, and you can join our group Discord and basically just participate in the community a little bit more completely by being able to chat outside of the stream times. So here is my blanket, how it's coming along. Getting much bigger. Yeah, it's getting pretty blankety, right? Looking more blankety than before. So yes, there's that. Join my Patreon. Don't forget to like the video. Come back on Monday for more. I'm going to be back on Monday. Where did all the seeds go? I semi-heard seed sorting. The seeds are all still right here. Nice and organized, and the garbage from the seeds is here, so I have to get rid of that. And by get rid of, I mean throw it outside, because if there's any seeds left, I want them to sprout. Okay, don't forget to like the video, subscribe if you're new, and I will see you on Monday. Got my daughter a book about mushrooms. She's been really into mushrooms and moss lately. I think I have you to blame. Good! I'm glad she's into mushrooms and moss. Those are such fun things. Just make sure that she's careful if she's doing any foraging outside. Okay, lots of love. Thank you all for watching. See you next time. Thank you to my patrons. See you Monday.